you are ready, we can work on some investment project based either in Rwanda, but focusing different countries in the region so that we can and try to explore those opportunities.
Members, if you can share information for panelists in the chat group so that folks who are interested in reaching out to them, they can certainly do that. Dr. Igaba, I do want to follow up with you with something that you said. You mentioned that right now, unfortunately, we're unable to invest in our villages in Nembu and Mulenge, but I'm curious on a preliminary
But a lot of it, owning a small business, this is what we said, falling back on character. And your character, your person in the US, as you're starting out as a small business, a lot of that is going to ride on your name. And of course, we know the American system runs on credit. So what's your credit? Are you responsible with your finances? And unless you can show that, then that will be a hindrance, or not a hindrance, but a delay. It will delay you in some aspects of you building your business, because you're going to have to build that up and work on that and make it solid so that you're able to get your business to where you want to get it to. So yeah, finances was a big pressure, but understanding to make it work for me has been the key to really just beginning to set a better foundation, cleaning up the books, being disciplined, being diligent, taking account of everything so that I'm able to build a solid business. And as advice for that, I'd say start from the beginning. I guess that was the mistake I made, not knowing, but thank God for panels like this. Um, and even other panels that I was in, that I was able to learn, like, oh, okay, so this was the error I was making. So from the very get-go, just be disciplined about your books. Be disciplined about your books. That's the mistake I did. So that's a failure we can talk about. A place where I failed and I learned and I grew stronger in. From the beginning, man, like everything that comes in, everything that goes out, take account of absolutely everything. And if you even think that that's something you want to get into, and regardless whether or not you want to be an entrepreneur, but so far as you're in this American economy, really strive to build a solid financial foundation for yourself as far as credit is concerned, because it's going to affect everything for you. It's really going to affect a lot of things. So I guess that's some nuggets that I could give on that.
Thank you for sharing. Dr. Vizosa, um, I want to talk to you about your educational journey. As I was reading your resume, not only have you been part of multiple institutions, you've done your postdoc, professor. One of the things I often think about, precisely because of our community of Mulenge, is that many of us are first generation students, which, as many of you know, comes with a lot of challenges because you're doing this as a first. As somebody who's accomplished, what you've accomplished, what advices, and I want to say, what practical ways of moving forward that you can offer to young people who are in high school or in college, because I think often first generation students face this notion of imposter syndrome, where they think they do not belong because that's the first time they're doing that. So continue even when things are challenging, knowing that they have a great fit to accomplish.
Thank you very much. This is a very critical question. I think it's also very critical, especially in the context where we have many competing sources of information and technology coming in, and people tend to substitute the education with what they can learn from the media, from the technology, and from other sources. But whatever challenge is, I think it's very important to understand everyone's context, especially our context. As Kanyiki mentioned, we are part of the transitional generation, if I can say that, in the sense that we are in a period where we have a lot of opportunities to pursue our education. I think, let me repeat this, as I said last year, especially for the young people in the US, in Europe, in the diaspora, you are part of the people who are in the area or in the surroundings that is very conducive in terms of having access to education. Me sending my child to Harvard University may take a long time from here to US, but to you it's a number of hours for you to reach the university you're looking for. So I think people should understand how really to materialize or to optimize have to educate people. Education is very critical and very central to any transformation people are looking for. And this is linked to the previous question you talked about investment. I think one of the investments we have to continue to do is to educate our people, to educate our children, to educate our young people. I think you can see most of you have grown in a families where you have like your brother is the only one supporting 6 or 7 people to do their education.
Yes.
But today we have many who can be able to support that. So once you have that chance, you should really not miss it. You should not really misuse it. So I'm trying to say education is something that is going to help us to reach even different zones of the world or audiences of the world or any opportunities of the world that we were not able to reach before because of lack of appropriate education. And I have to say this, not every education matters, but what matters is the most specific education you think is relevant, taking into account the dynamics and the world of today. For instance, take ICT, looking at the generation that's going to come in the next 5 years, 20 years, how are they going to cope? So we need people who can take advantage of this context and learn a lot. We need people who can be engineers. We need people, more people, medical doctors. We need people, more economists. We need many people in different sectors. So wherever we go and whoever we meet, then we can be able to justify able to invest, as you said, in someone's weaknesses and uplift him. The same he can. How do we take advantage to support that particular person rather than destroying what he or she is doing? And it's part of the education because if, for instance, Kanyiki starts something that is very important to our community, why should I start something else rather than supporting the initiative he has already? So the issue of trust is very important. Like you are living in the US, how many people go to the bank? Why don't you have your own saving scheme where you can borrow money at any time at a small rate rather than going to the bank? Because you don't have trust among yourself, you are not able to gather a saving scheme of 50,000 US dollar or 100,000 US dollar. Number two, mutual support. Like when you look at the Hebrews, for them, if someone lends money, there is no expectation of the interest. That means they need to support that particular person. So what I'm trying to say, wherever you have an opportunity or an advantage, how do you share this with your members?
First one is an easy one. My
you so much. I had to respond to this question through the chat, but let me say this. I think, to be honest with you, our families played a very big role, because a normal family contribute to create what I call conducive environment for success. It's a place for peace, for security, and this is very, very important. You can't be successful when you are not living in a safe and a peaceful family. So for you young people, I think you need to pray God and have very good families to just support your good ambitions. That's my experience of more than 30 years living in a very good family with God blessing, and this really has contributed to what I'm today.
Yeah. Dr. Freddie? Dr. Freddie, can you hear us? I think you're muted. Seems like you're facing some technical difficulty. Can you hear us? You're breaking. I can come back to you, no problem. We'll definitely come back to you. I want to go to Ms. Benny. If you can just provide us with what role has your family has played in your success?
A major role, obviously, like what Professor was just saying. And I think knowing that they were there and they would support me was a big factor. And even as it relates to failure, for instance, I think that's whenever we're stepping out into anything, I think one of our biggest insecurities or biggest fears is the fear of, is there a place to fall back on? Is there a place to fall back to? You know, like what happens if this doesn't work out? And so I think for me, the confidence that I have to take some of the risks I take and make some of the moves I make is that knowledge in the back of my mind that I have support. I'm not in it by myself. And so that really is priceless. And I want to say that family is not necessarily blood. Family, we have to also be able to recognize the people that God brings that become those things, you know, as far as community goes. And so it has been just beyond immediate family. I have had family that God has provided to be able to be that support and backbone, so that I would be able to be confident and just pursue dreams and goals and visions. So yeah.
Thank you for sharing. Dr. Freddie, are you here now? You're still breaking. Can you hear me? We can definitely come back to you. It looks like we have a question for Dr. Kigabo. The question is that, Dr. Kigabo, for a person trying to pursue a career as a pediatric oncologist, what advice could you give us?
Yeah, sure. I'm in touch with the person who asked the question. We will have a separate discussion, but you know, let me give a general answer. I think what you need to do in your life, you need first to understand opportunities around what you need to do. That's one. Second, opportunities means where you can have support. What kind of support do you need? What persons around you who have relevant experience in what you are planning to do? Why do you need to do it? Do you need to do it to serve America, to serve Minembwe, to serve DRC, to serve Africa? Means understanding the opportunity you have by doing by planning to do what you need to do. So that's a general answer to whatever you need to do as a study or work. You need to be sure that you are not just doing things because A, B, C, D have done the same. So, but for the specific case, we have agreed to have a separate discussion and try to share some specific ideas.
Thank you for directly being a resource, so I appreciate that. I do want to take that first question to Dr. Rizoza. Didn't forget you. Tell us about what role your family has played in becoming successful.
Yeah, thank you very much. My family as a nuclear family has played its role really to mentor, to encourage, and to support in all aspects, but also the larger family. Because in our time, you could not spend only your life within your own family. You could spend your life with other families. I think maybe your relatives could also tell you that you could not finish your high school without going and stay in someone's family for 1 year where there is a near school. So means those people have done their work and they have supported us. We have also our elders. And let me say I'm privileged to be with Professor Kigabo. He has been my professor in the class. Maybe you may know that. So people like him and other people have been also challenging us. So then they serve as a role model for us to be able to become who we are today. And I think that role model cannot come from, it has to come from someone. And these are the parents, these are the neighbors, these are our relatives, these are our friends, and these are many, many, many people that have played any role in our lives. So we have to acknowledge that, but also the way to acknowledge it is also to do for the next generation, so that we pay back, or we give back from what they did.
I want young people to listen, meditate on that, always give back, because that is how we move forward as a people. Is Dr. Freddie? I know he mentioned he was going to
laptop to my.
Looks like we're still not able to hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Now I can hear you. I want to ask the same question, but
sorry, I had to switch from my laptop to my.
Okay, no problem. Can you hear me? Looks like you're still not able to hear us. At some point, we'll certainly come back to you, so no worries. I want to go back to Dr. Kigabo. Kofi Mutabazi asked a question in the chat, which was that which leadership skills were the most difficult to develop?
Yes.
Dr. Kigabo, are you still there?
Yeah, sure. Sorry, come again.
Yeah, the question, one of the members, one of the audience asked that which leadership skills were the most difficult to develop in your perspective, looking back and looking forward in your career?
I think my answer is very simple. The very challenging skills to build how to you summarize your different experiences, failure, success, and to generate new forces for the next step of success. That's very important. I hope my answer is very clear. I'm not going to say mathematics, physics, or whatever, but how you summarize, how you create something new from your failure, as we said, your success, the change in the environment you are working in, to very quickly adjust yourself to your path, to your long-term path toward the success. That's a very challenging kind of skills to build, not from the school, not from the university, but from yourself and your working experience.
Thank you for sharing. Dr. Freddie, are you on now?
Yeah, can you hear me?
I can hear you perfectly. So we're gonna go first question. Role your family has played in your success, and I would love for you to also answer that second question. If you can do this in 5 minutes or less, that would be great.
And you will excuse me while I answer that question. I will also touch on a few questions that I think I need to touch on that were asked while my phone was malfunctioning.
No problem.
Is that okay with you?
It's fine.
Okay. First, let me respond to the first question.
Mm-hmm.
As everyone can attest to it, our families have contributed very much to what we call our success. In my first intervention, you will recall that I mentioned something about transforming emotional wounds into positive energy. So these were events in my family that contributed more so in shaping me as a person, not so much what I do, what I know, my education and so on, but just shaping me as a person, and considering myself as an end goal and working on myself,
mm-hmm.
and understanding that my character matters in my success as much as my education and other things.
Mm-hmm.
The second thing I would mention about my family is Christian values. My dad was a pastor in the Free Methodist Church, and so the Christian values, and the discipline, that has contributed so much. Also, hard work is not just personal. I think most people who work hard, who you will consider hardworking people, they come from a family where hard work is appreciated and is encouraged.
Mm-hmm.
So I remember one time I asked my kids in some family meetings. I asked them what they think about school, and they said, that they're very touched when they see. They're very touched when they see their mom working on her homework at midnight. So everything we do touches people in our family, and it is inspiring. So my family did inspire me very much in terms of hardworking, discipline, and Christian values. In addition to supporting me in what I do, both emotionally and financially. Mm-hmm. Going back, someone asked a question about looking into becoming a pediatric oncologist. I would love to see that person becoming a pediatric oncologist. Please, if there is anything I can do to either motivate you more or guide you in any way or give you any information that may be relevant, touch base with me. I don't remember the name. I lost all the chats, but that person, feel free to contact me. Yes. One thing I would answer is that, especially it's not just in medical field, in many other domains, the smaller your specialty is, the more needed you are. Mm-hmm. We are working in a world where generalists are no longer needed. Generalists are no longer needed. So just saying that I'm a pharmacist or I'm a medical doctor, it doesn't put you in a place, in a small group of people who are needed. So you have to continue. One of the things that made my career successful in pharmacy before I even went into public health is that I specialize in a very, very, very small area, but I became very much needed. And I used to write my own contract and write my own what I want to get paid. And so that, to me, the deeper you go into a subject and specialize in a small thing, the more needed you are. That is out of question. Please go. The second element to that question is, as Dr. Kigabo said, you have to think of your end goal. When I went to pharmacy, I came here and I did a doctorate in pharmacy. As soon as I graduated, I realized that I will not take it anywhere in Africa. And my intention is to go back to Africa, go serve my people. I realized that with a doctorate in pharmacy, I will either teach or just open a pharmacy, which is not my my goal. So I went back to school. I restarted from scratch for my doctorate in public health. So it's very important to know what you're aiming before you even start doing investing into education, because that education can only make sense if it's pointing at a goal that is so dear to you. Thank you.
We actually have another question for you, Dr. Freddie. Claudine asked, how can we as Banyamulenge youth use our success to contribute to the development of our community? And you can look at that as here in the diaspora, but also back home. I do want to point out that we do have about less than 10 minutes left. So Dr. Freddie, you will take this question, and then I will apologize for some of the questions that I was not able to answer, but then I will go ahead and conclude with my last question. So take that question.
Okay, let me start with this general statement. There is no community that is strong if it doesn't have strong people in its midst. If I can rephrase that, the strength of any community is the sum of the strength of its members. A community will only be as strong as its members are strong. So whenever you invest in yourself and you achieve. As you are achieving, as much as you are achieving for yourself and for your kids and for your spouse, you are also indirectly achieving for your community without knowing, whether you are conscious about it or you're not even thinking about it. You are achieving for your community. So before you even think about what you can do for your community, just realize that whatever you're doing for yourself is also what you're doing for your community. That's one thing. The second thing is to have that in the back of your mind, the self-awareness. Kondu Munyamulenge. That's part of our identity. And being a Munyamulenge is not defined by having a Kinyamulenge name, knowing how to speak Kinyamulenge, or having an ID card that says I was born in Minembwe. No, being Munyamulenge is the love you have for your people. So the love muchongereza nuko ariko mu Kinyamulenge ni shaka, nurukundo ni shaka by'ubwoko. So having that in mind, that everything I do, I self-remind myself day in and day out where I come from, the humble beginnings that made my days, my birth, that I one day that place has to be a better place to live because I was born Munyamulenge. I'm born in 2050. His life will hit because I was born Munyamulenge. That's a self-question that we need to ask ourselves every day. Thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing. So as we conclude, I do have one last question for a panelist. We really cannot talk about personal growth without touching emotional intelligence. So when I say emotional intelligence for my panelist, in 30 seconds, I would like to know what comes to mind to you. So I'll start off with Dr. Bizoza.
Yeah, thank you very much. Personal growth, as you said, is basically how you adapt your mindset and your thinking abilities. Because I may say that some people are very lazy to think. And whatever you do and how you act comes as a result of how you think. So I give more attention to improving my ability to think and to resonate on different aspects for me to be able to decide on what course of action I have to make.
Yes.
So I would like to encourage everyone to have time, a very quiet time to think, because we are now loaded to social media, TV, radio, internet, everything. There we consume what other people have thought. But for you to be able to give something that people are going to consume, you need also to have your quiet time to think so that you can generate a new and noble idea to share to the world. Thank you.
Ms. Benny, again, when we talk about personal growth and development, it's hard not to think about emotional intelligence. In 30 seconds or so, what comes to mind to you?
Hey, Mr. Ben, she had to leave.
Oh, she did? Okay, no problem. I'm going to take that question to Dr. Kigabo.
Very briefly, I will build on what Bizoza said. I think you really need to take time to think about what you are planning to do. Take time to think, and also try to be innovative. That's very important. Not duplicate what others have done. You can build on what exists and try to innovate, to put in some context. Lastly, as Alfred said, not Alfred, but Freddie said, nagira ngo mbasabe ko mwaba abanyamulenge koko. That's very important. Values zacu ziri extremely important. Za kera ariko ni ugukundana, ni ugufashanya. I don't know if everybody can hear what can understand what I'm saying. DMRC, can you understand what I'm saying?
Yes, sir, I can.
Yeah, this is very, very, very important. Kubera ko, when you are disconnected to your values, you start becoming not relevant to your community. And one of the biggest value zachu, it's gukundana. Gukundana means you share what you have as experience, as opportunities. That's very, very important for you to become relevant to our community.
Thank you so much. We're gonna go ahead and end this question with Dr. Freddie. In 2 minutes, please give us your thoughts.
Could you repeat the question one more time? And I'll take 2 minutes.
Yes. So when we talk about personal growth, it's hard.
Emotional intelligence, right?
And what comes to you?
Yes. So to me, there is, and even in the brain, when you look at the brain through an MRI, there's many different parts of the brain that do the coding for different type of intelligence or different function of a human being. But when we talk about emotional intelligence, is what makes your agility. your endurance. I may be just as smart as you, but not as resilient as you are. So, and success is not just how smart we are, but it's also how resilient we are, how we deal with or cope with the things that become a barrier to us.
Mm-hmm.
So basically, we cannot talk about success or personal growth without talking about emotional intelligence. Part of it, emotional intelligence, is that first step that I described in my first intervention, that you building yourself. It's what helps you deal with the different circumstances. It's the type of intelligence that's circumstantial, that are not just circumstantial, but situational. Yes, situational intelligence, knowing exactly how to react, when to react, and what to do, and being resilient. So, and that comes from the family values that Dr. Kigabo talked about. It comes from self-awareness and knowing your weaknesses and building on that in trying to perfect ourselves. The other part of emotional intelligence is that, let me just mention this as we finish. At different step of your life, you have different goals. There's a time in my life when academic success was everything I looked up to, and it was the most important part of my life. And then came another time when money was the most important. I searched money under the rock, like everywhere. Every job I could see, I took. Every consultancy I saw, I took. So and now I have different values, but it doesn't mean that I made a mistake when I considered the academic success as my only goal or my main goal. No, it just means that I build on different steps, and as I achieve one, I change my goal. Just knowing how to be flexible, and knowing where you are in life and how you can redefine your goals in life according to what's important at that step of your life, is an extremely important part of the intelligence. Thank you.
Friends, this has been a conversation between myself, Dr. Freddy, Dr. Kigabo, Dr. Rizoza, and Benny. I do want to take some time and thank all of you for providing your insights. I could not summarize everything that was stated in this panel, but as you can imagine, it was very helpful to me, and I hope it was very helpful to you. Once again, my name is Benjamin Itangishaka. Feel free to reach out if you want. Thank you so much, and this marks the end of this panel, and I do want to pass it to Ide. Take it over.
Wow. Hey, thank you so much, Ben. You did an awesome, exceptional, I can't figure out any other Merriam-Webster words to define, just what you did. So thank you so much. Thank you for your follow-up questions. A lot of people were really engaged, and they shared their appreciation. So thank you so much. I don't know, right now it should be break at this moment, according to our agenda.
I'll take it on either.
Thank you, Dr. Nina.
All right, thank you so much. I have no words for Ben, our wonderful panelists. We are so humbled to have you here, and this conversation has been as sweet as honey. Let me say that, because I really, really learned a lot. And it's incredible how much you can learn from people's experience and background. Thank you all for being here tonight. We're gonna take a short break, 5 minutes max. We have a DJ, just play music in the background. Please get up. I know you've been sitting for almost 2 hours. Get up, stretch, grab some water, and get ready for our next session. It's gonna be very interesting. We have 2 panelists from Netflix and another panelist who is in Kinshasa right now. So, and they have a lot to share with you guys. Grab some water, be ready. Let's do this together. And let me thank our participants for staying with us. We can't thank you enough. This is for you guys. As MAP members, we've been learning throughout this year, and we really wanted to share this information with you guys, to bring these amazing people, to educate you guys, to share their knowledge with us. And thank you for your time. It's Saturday. You would have been somewhere right now, but you chose to spend this time with us. We truly, truly appreciate you all. And we'll be back in 5 minutes. Okay. Philip, are you on? Let's see. And I also want to share our event is being streamed live on Umurage TV. For those who wants to share with family and friends, please share the link. I posted the link in the chat. Let me post it again. Please share with family and friends, and they can also ask questions there. We are checking the chat on YouTube as well, and we're gonna share. Let me find out where the DJ is.
This is your timer, guys.
All righty. I'm tired, guys. I'm sweating. Sorry. So we'll. Koga,
Yes, I'm here.
shall we resume or?
Yes, we can go ahead and start.
All righty, guys. Well, welcome. Sorry, I'm sweating. I was doing some exercises called what? Right? If you want to learn how to do those dance moves, please attend Gitaramu after this event. We'll be having a virtual Gitaramu, okay? So get ready to dance. But I really want to thank you guys for just being punctual. Thank you for your attentiveness. I've been reading the chat box and people are really listening attentively. And also, I like to just say this: if you are in a cameraable place, in a camera appropriate environment, please, it's okay to show your faces. It's okay. If you didn't put on makeup, it's okay. We have something called filter. You can add that on your screen. But hey, don't worry, please, you can show your face. That'll be awesome. But yeah, guys, I just wanted to just do a little recap. I wanted to, for this recap, I wanted to just kind of open the floor. If somebody would like to share something that someone said that stood out to you, feel free to share. That would be awesome. Now, I know people like to talk. Do not talk all at once. So please, if you would like to speak, place yourself on off mute and just say something that you would like to, just one or two things. Please, it maybe 10 seconds, 15 seconds, not 30 seconds, but please share whatever stood out to you because we would like to kind of hear if you learned something. So please share.
If I may, I'm at work, so I can put on the camera. But hi, everybody. I'm Zizi. And something that was said in this Zoom meeting today that stood out to me the most was building the trust in each other and not building competition. Because a lot of us, as you know, pretty much just our mentality is always to challenge everybody else. You see somebody building something, you want to do the same thing and create this competition environment versus actually supporting each other. And that's something that really, really stood out to me today. And I just wanted to say thank you guys for what you're doing. It's really amazing. And it's great to see people in our generation trying to make the difference that we want to see in our community.
Oh, sorry about that. I just had my phone. I had myself on mute. I'm so sorry. Thank you so much, Zizi, for your contribution. I think it's very important to know, like in a team, in a group, it's good to be for each other, not against each other. So your contribution of not competing against each other, but really we're in a team, we're for each other. That's very valuable. So thank you so much, Zizi. Would somebody else like to share something that they heard and it touched their soul, not just their heart, but their soul, and they'd like to share, go ahead and share.
If I may, please, my name is Gloria. First and foremost, I want to thank someone who invited me. I wasn't aware of the meeting. And something which really touched me was from Fred Kaniki. He said we should, as a student, it touched me. He said we should specialize in rare areas where we'll be needed and serving our people back home. Thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing that. I'm pretty sure, Dr. Freddie, he feel appreciated for you saying something that, he mentioned that stood out to you. So thank you so much. Anybody else? We'll get at least two more people And after that, we'll move on. Would somebody else like to share something?
I would. Hi, this is Kiobe. I don't know who said it, but someone was like that, you know, like having a Mulenge name or being able to speak the language doesn't define like that you are Mulenge. And it's just like, I like that because it's like, even without having that, it's still like, that doesn't define who you are. If that makes sense. And so I just really like that.
Hey, that was deep. Your name doesn't define who you are. It doesn't. Like, it's just letters that make up a word and it becomes a name, and that's it. I mean, of course it has meaning, but I like what, you know, Amy kind of reiterated. There's more to your identity than just your name. What matters is the way we treat each other, and I think, and it's, you know, where we aspire to be a community that shows love to one another, not just among each other, but even the outside people as well. So and like ZZ pointed out, we're not trying to build some type of separation among each other. We're trying to collaborate. We're trying to be a team. So thank you so much, Amy, for echoing that. Let me get a guy. I haven't heard from a guy. Let me get a guy, man.
I would say something. Can y'all hear me?
Yes, sir.
Oh, okay. One thing that stood out to me was like from Kigabo when I asked a question on an advice to give to somebody who's like majoring in like pediatrician oncologist. I don't know if there's many of us on here, but that's my major. But what I would like to say is like what he said, having a purpose when you're doing something, knowing like knowing that there's something deeper than what you're doing, as in like you're not just wanting to be a major, having a purpose of why you're doing it. So that's something that really stood out to me.
Hey, thank you so much, Prince, for sharing that. And thank you for everybody else who contributed. I think understanding the why behind the what is very important. And I think it's not good to just hammer in on the what, like go to school, do this, but it's like why, like, and I think one thing that I learned about this this panel discussion is there was a lot of substance to what they were saying. There was a lot of meaning to what they were saying. It wasn't just fluff. And another thing is this, you know, a lot of people, especially in America, they pay for what you just heard, but you guys just heard it for free. Free 99. Okay, so that's really good. After this meeting, feel free to cash at me because I am the president. If you want to donate anything, feel free. I'm just joking. Please don't cash.
I don't know if I was dreaming, but I heard free 99. So I think we're gonna go with that.
But thank you guys. And one more thing I learned is teaching your child no isn't bad. No means new opportunities. All right, so that I think that's one thing about teaching my, you know, God willing, if I have a child, the first word that I'll teach them is no, not yes, but no. That was not funny. I'm so sorry. All right, guys, we're gonna move on. We're gonna move on to our second panel, if I'm not mistaken. Correct, Mr. Ben, or are we ready?
Yes, either we are ready. We're gonna go into the second session, and let me have the honor to introduce Mrs. Francine, our moderator for the second.
And Dr. Nina, can I say something briefly, if you don't mind?
Sure.
Yeah, please, guys, if you're in a camera appropriate environment, please feel free to show your camera. I think seeing each other's faces matter. Please, all faces matter, okay? So please show your faces, and that'll be awesome.
Thank you, Ida. And let me welcome Francine. Francine, you ready?
Yes, hello. Hi, everyone. I'm so happy that everyone showed up. This event has been a long time coming, and we just wanted to bring something that everyone can benefit from in the community so that we can build. The guest that I'm going to have on this panel will be discussing career development. Now, this is going to be a little different because we are talking about career development among immigrants, which is our audience right now. A lot of us immigrated here from a different country, and our country that we immigrated from was not an English-speaking country. So we had a lot to learn, and there was a lot of curveballs on the way. So if you guys have any questions while the panel is going on, feel free to go ahead and put it in the chat. If not, then just take a listen. I hope you learned something. I am super excited to have the panelists that I have. They're very well accomplished. They're young. So I think a lot of people can learn from them. And I think a lot of them are probably still in the same phases where we are growing. And they can give some advice to that because a lot of us are young in this panel and in the audience. We're still trying to figure our way out through our career. So I think this is it's gonna help in that. We just came from listening to some very accomplished people who are a lot older than us. We hope to get to where they are in the future, but for now we're gonna learn about how to get there and the people that are working towards that. So my panelists are Kingston Cool. Are you available?
Hi, everyone. How's it going?
Hi, Kingston. Okay, so we have Kingston, we have Tony Ngubu, and we have Lydia Kai. What I'm going to do in order for everyone else to understand who is going to be speaking and what their background is, I want each panelist to introduce themselves and talk a little bit about their career and how they got to where they are. And then we can follow up with questions pertaining to that. So Kingston, you're first. You are a senior financial analyst at Netflix. And you also help over there with some immigrant program. So if you can go ahead and introduce yourself and talk a little bit about how you got to where you are in your career and what else you're doing in your career.
Thanks, Francine, for that really nice introduction. Hi, everyone. My name is Kingston, and I am a senior financial analyst at Netflix working in the residuals department. And what she alluded to in terms of the work that I do is I help or run one of the employee resource groups that actually are supporting Asians in Netflix. And then so we definitely work a lot with different initiatives and help support the employees. And actually, I am not an immigrant myself, but I am the child of 2 immigrants. So my perspective can be from that lens for a little bit. And so I myself started in accounting and actually got my CPA. And before I came to Netflix, I was working in accounting firms. And then after I decided that accounting and audit wasn't for me, I decided to move into entertainment, which was one of the I guess industries that my market or that my first accounting firm was in.
Okay. Thank you so much for that, Kingston. The next person I would like to have introduce himself is Tony Ngubu. Tony has a very extensive resume. He's done a lot. He's a co-founder and CEO of Mwinda Technologies, a US company that offers clean energy and financial technology solution. Congo he worked in the military, and he also went to Rice University, one of the best universities in the country. So I'd love to hear from him. Tony, if you can please introduce yourself and talk a little bit about your career background and how you got to where you are right now in your life. Tony, are you there?
Oh, so sorry about that. I was on mute. Can you hear?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you very much for the kind introduction, Francine, and thank you for welcoming me on this panel. Just very rapidly, it's 9:29 right here in Kinshasa on a Saturday night. So I am here. It is quite a sacrifice, but thanks to Ide for making it a little cooler and the humor that made it a little more passable. So thank you for the jokes, Ide. Now I got to say I didn't put on makeup, so I hope my face appears well on the camera, okay? All right, with that out of the way, my name is Tony Ngumbu, as Francine said. Originally from the Congo, born here, left when I was about 4 years old, traveled the world, grew up in Belgium, 20 years in the US, and then decided to come back to Congo last year in July of last year, 2019, to grow the company called Winter Technology. As Francine said, it's a company that provides renewable energy solutions, namely solar, but also financial inclusion by combining mobile technology with energy assets as a way to increase financial inclusion and also, financial instruments to the unbanked population, but also population at large. Before Winter Technology, yeah, I did a few things. I was started my career as an analyst. So I'm an economist by training. So I was an analyst for many years in the telecom industry. And then after a while, it's that boldness. It's you have something in you. You know that the career you're on will not eventually lead you to where you want to be, right? Based on your life mission, on your life vision. And you had to make that jump. So for me, that meant leaving the corporate world altogether and going into the NGO world. So started doing development work in many different countries around Africa and Southeast Asia, in the Caribbean. That allowed me to kind of like reconnect also with Africa, after so many years away, understanding the true realities on the ground, what the real opportunities were, and how I could use what I was good at to try to make a difference here on the ground. So after that, I went back to the US, did my MBA, as Francine said, and then we launched Winter Technology. So here I am. And also in terms of the military, yes, I spent about 4 years in the US Army, so I'm a veteran as well. That's just in a nutshell. I'd rather talk about what we do in career development than just talk about me. But if you have questions later, do not hesitate. I'll be more than happy to answer. Thank you. Okay, so should I continue?
Francine?
Francine got kicked out. So Lydia, can you introduce yourself to the team, please?
Sure thing. Hi, everyone. My name is Lydia. And my story is I was born in Seoul. I moved to the US when I was 3 years old. So that makes me a dreamer, I guess. And I'm sure many of us probably know this, but US immigration is really complex. So unfortunately, my parents weren't able to get permanent residency, and they moved back to Seoul when I was a senior in high school, when I was about 16 or 17. And then I enrolled in college. I went to the University of Washington in Seattle. Do you hear sirens? I'm sorry. I live on La Brea in West Hollywood, and I should probably shut my window. Sorry about that. But yeah, I started college at the University of Washington, and I wasn't very good in school. I had learning disabilities that I didn't know about. I also grew up in that traditional, strict Asian household. And with my parents gone, I was free for the first time. So I honestly partied a lot. But the way I kind of compensated was working 2 to 3 jobs at a time. I eventually majored in communication, minored in political science and environmental science. And I loved the communication elements of all of that. I liked public speaking, particularly finding my voice and honing it and feeling confident about it. I loved political communication, like how can we talk about difficult things in a deliberative, productive way. And I also liked environmental science. I liked the idea of pollution knows no borders. So how can different cultures come together and be diplomatic and productive? But after college, I was fortunate enough to get a job at Amazon. I started off in marketing there, and I didn't like it as much as I thought I would. Digital marketing is a little, it's a lot of like dialing up and down campaigns. And I felt like my job was going to get automated one day. So I had a really great manager at the time who took me to this product management direction. And originally I didn't think I was smart enough for product management. I didn't see myself in a tech role, but I grew to love it. I loved the collaborative, the diplomatic nature of it, working with people who have completely different backgrounds, like engineers, marketers, leadership, et cetera. So I was with them for about 7 years until I got my green card. Then I left, and I wanted to move to LA, which is how I ended up with Netflix with Kingston and also Charles. I'm currently a title operations manager, so I'm in charge of select original series and make sure that they launch successfully. And it was a cool role for me to fall into because I'm an entertainment newbie. So it was a great place for me to just be a student of the game, since I work with pretty much every team involved with getting a title launched. But in addition to that, I started a group called Dream at Netflix, which is our employee resource group for immigrant employees. We do a lot of work partnering with our global immigration team, making sure we're doing everything we can to support our immigrant employees. And we've also done some celebratory stuff. It can be kind of sad and depressing and stressful and triggering to think about immigration all the time. So we really wanted to focus on how proud we should be of our journeys. We've done stuff like I moderated a panel with Charles was in there with other employees, and also Tan Fans from Queer Eye. And we've also done a lot of educational work because immigration is a very complex topic. So we wanted to make sure our allies are equipped to understand what's going on. So one example is we published something that's like 10 ways to support your immigrant coworkers in the US. I feel like I rambled.
No, you didn't. I'd like to apologize. We assumed that we were going to have some technical difficulties. I did not assume it would be coming from me. So I apologize for that. I did get a chance to hear you talk about your bio, most of it. One of the questions that I had for you in regards to the program that you founded, Dream at Netflix, I wanted to understand what birthed the idea and what has been some challenges in that, and what have you learned from a program that caters to immigrants in the US?
I intersect with several identities, and it took me a long time to be really proud of or even just to, recognize my immigrant identity. Since I'm a dreamer, I came here as a child and I was able to, not have an accent, and I could hide it, because the thought of being an immigrant was just like a reminder of, I don't have a green card, I can't vote, I can't travel, like I can't just work wherever I want to work. So, it really wasn't until after I got my green card in 2017 that I felt more confident to start talking about it openly. And when I joined Netflix, and just step back a little bit, like it is really hard. Even legal immigration is really broken. And there were all these stressors at work that I had to think about, like I couldn't ever let go, because that could mean I have to leave this country, and I can't even imagine what it's like to have dependents, like to have a family that depends on you, with that added responsibility. So when I joined Netflix, we have a very strong inclusion culture, and we have a lot of these ERGs. And I actually did consult with Kingston for advice, since he was leading the Asian employee group. But what really triggered it was like a couple months in, 21 Savage got detained by ICE, and just to see how the internet was talking about it, they were just making fun of it. They were like laughing about this trap rapper from Atlanta with face tattoos, being British. And the reality is he was detained by ICE, during the Trump administration. It was very serious. And he's also a dreamer. And even if he wasn't a dreamer, he's a part of this community. He's American without the paperwork. And it just really showed me how there's just very little awareness and education. So I wanted to be able to do that within my own network, within my own community at work. That's what really inspired
it. Thank you for that answer and elaborating it so well. as immigrants here, I think a lot of us are always in fear of being sent back or being detained or not getting to certain aspects of our life. So my next question that I have right now is to Tony. You have had such a crazy upward mobility in your career. I remember when we came here around the same time, we were just young kids, and then you've went through different aspects of your life, and it looks like it happened so fast. I know to you probably doesn't feel that way, but it looks like it happened so fast. So one of the questions that I wanted to ask you is, what was your inspiration to keep pushing and to keep going into different avenues in your career, and even thinking about starting a business and running it? And what has kept your focus on your success?
Well, thank you, Francine. Yeah, it doesn't feel like it went that fast. And actually, to those that are listening to us, before answering to that question, let me say, we may feel that we're young, but I really want to make a call to action, right? For boldness. You really need to be bold. Time goes by fast. 10 years goes in a flash before you even realize it. So youth is an advantage, but don't let it allow you to be complacent, right? And think that I have so many years. Be bold. The world belongs to the bold. To me, it's like, go out there, make it happen. If somebody tells you it won't work, it might not work for them, right? But it's not you. So I believe in saying that I'd rather try and then maybe set in my objective instead of thinking all along, what would have happened if I had tried? Go out, try. If it doesn't work for you, try a different path. So what my motivation was, from a young age, I think it was my parents or my environment that instilled in me the sense that so my identity should not be wrapped around my career, okay? Because too often I think we place such a high value on this is my career, and so my whole identity is wrapped around that, right? And so it ends up being like some sort of a prison around our mobility. It's like we're stuck, and we feel like I have to fit within this box. And to me, from a young age, again, it was always wrapped into me that you'd rather be defined by your values, okay? It's what you believe in. It's your mission in life. So something which I recommend also to everybody, you need to have a life mission, okay? If you haven't thought about that, you really need to put in the time and develop your life mission and then decide, where will I be 5 years from now? So that had always been my process also as I was going through things. And if the projection did not seem to lead me towards what my mission entails, what my vision is about, then I had to change, okay? So I'm also not saying that you should be reckless, okay? It's just, oh, you know what, this is not working out, let me just change and you're aimless. That's not what I'm saying. But I'm also saying, be bold, don't be stuck, develop your sense of values and plan for the future. And another thing that allowed me to also constantly change, as I mentioned, I left Africa, or I left the Congo when I was about 4.5 years old. And then I spent some time in Tanzania, and then later on in Belgium, came to the US, but I always had something inside of me that said, you know what, I just won't grow old in Europe or in the United States. I will need to go back to the continent, and also studying economics just highlighted how, to me, Africa is the growth continent. And everything from that point on was about building my internal capacity to be able to eventually have an impact on the continent. So that's why when I left the corporate world, I mean, I was at Verizon Wireless, which at the time was the biggest telecom company and so on. I was an analyst moving up. It was a good career, but I really had no qualms about leaving that and changing paths and going towards something that would lead me to have an impact in Africa. So the values to me are things like respect, hard work, and empathy, altruism. I have my own values. But my life mission was building solutions to help Africa emerge, socioeconomically. So that's my life mission. It's about designing solutions that will help my continent emerge socioeconomically. And you'll notice that I said my continent, right? I didn't say just the Congo or anything like that. I believe in Africa as a whole, as a continent, and I believe that Africa needs to really come together if we are to become the continent that can be the leading power in the world. Because I'm a strong believer in that Africa has everything that it needs, right? It has the human resources, it has the natural resources to be the leading continent in the world. But we need to play our part. So I've gone many different ways, Francine, but to kind of close a circle here, it begins with being grounded in your values, all right? It begins with being grounded in your life mission, and also planning intentionally where will I be 5 years from now? Take the time to plan that. There's something called like the wheel of life that I do a lot, looking at different aspects of my life and plan around that. And if you don't take the time to plan your life, well, you may end up being a victim of the circumstances. So why do that to yourself? All right, life is too short. Take the bull by the horn and make it happen for yourself. You're capable of doing it.
Thank you so much for that. So that's something that I hope you guys are taking notes on in your life. Make sure you have a plan. If you don't have a plan, you could end up anywhere. You'll be going with the wind. Thank you so much for that. My next question is to Kingston. I wanted to ask you, as a second generation immigrant yourself, what were some expectations that you had for yourself in your career endeavors? And how does that fare in comparison to where you currently are? Did you feel like you had some limits because of not being fully American? Because I know some of us suffer from identity crisis and not feeling as powerful as the natural American, because we're constantly reminded that that's not who we are. So yes, I wanted to ask you where you saw yourself going and how has that fared in comparison to where you ended up in your career as a senior financial analyst at Netflix?
Sure, that's a really great question. But first, before I'd like to answer that, Tony, man, that's incredible. Like everything that you just said is like very much in line with my worldview and how I think about things. And I actually kind of wanted to ask you, when did you actually figure out what your life's goal was?
Thank you. Well, that's very, very kind of you, Kingston. And that was at a very early age. I was about 20, 21 years old. And at that time, I felt like I knew exactly what I wanted out of this life. So being a strong Christian also kind of helps, refine those values, so to speak. But yeah, at about 20, 21 years old.
That's super awesome, man. So like, I mean, I think for me, it was very similar, right? To answer the question of what I expected I was going to be versus where I am now, it's kind of funny because growing up as the son of immigrants, they were very hard on us, right? Like me and my brother. And it was very much about getting an education, making sure that like our education got us into a good college, and then the good college eventually landed us a good job and a good career. And I can just very strongly remember that when I was in high school, I didn't really know what I wanted to do. I actually applied for college undecided, and then I ended up being actually an economist like Tony. So basically, I didn't know what I wanted to do. All I knew that I wanted to do was I wanted to work at a job that I wasn't standing, ironically. Like, I mean, I was working like minimum wage jobs and like working like hourly jobs. And I just made sure that like at the time, I just want to, do a career. And as I continued to go forward in my career, starting in working at an accounting firm and studying for my CPA, like it just kind of naturally fell to me. Like, again, I didn't plan at that time because I didn't even know what my life's goal was, right? And then, as you start to get older, I think luckily earlier on in my life, I realized like, since I don't know what I want to do, I got to at least pick up right? Like if it is me trying to like start my own company, then I know that I have to work on my leadership. I know I have to work on, you know, helping others, and truthfully, I need to learn how to ask for help as well, which was one of the hardest things to do. To answer the question about like the struggles that I had to go through to not feeling like a full American, I would say luckily for me, I didn't really feel that way because as my circumstance went, I grew up in LA and there weren't you know, a small population of Asian American people or Asians in general in LA. So I didn't necessarily feel like I wasn't a full American. And I think that's probably what led me to have a lot of confidence in myself. And really what I wanted to instill is what Tony was already talking about as well. Like, honestly, a lot of this is about that courage, right? Planning and then the courage to really step outside of your comfort zone and you'll go after the things that you want to go after. I know that for me, like for sure, as the child of immigrants, they didn't know much about helping me, you know, start my career, go through my career. So basically I had to figure it out myself. I think much the same as many of the people in this call, right? And like, if I were to go back and tell myself something, it would be absolutely to ask for help, ask for more help, right? Like that's where the courage comes in, because it takes a lot of courage to ask for the help. But honestly, that is the absolutely best advice that I can give anybody. And really that's kind of how I got to where I am. It's because of these kind of, you know, serendipitous, I guess, relationships that I had with people. Like I always try to think about myself in the sense of, I would rather help someone first because I don't know when I'll ever need help. But if I help that person before, then maybe like it'll be, you know, it'll be good for me in the future. But, you know, that's kind of how I thought about things. And that's really how I kind of landed here. And then, you know, continue to build my profile based off of like understanding that, like, yeah, I mean, now I think I've started to really fully realize what that dream is. And it's to unite people and to bring people together, which is why I'm working in this, you know, employee resource group space, trying to unite like basically all the different types of people out there, and then just figure out a way forward, because we know that right now it's not in the best state that we want it to be in. And then this is basically going to be a fundamental change in the future, right? Like everything that's going on in 2020 is going to be the foundation for, you know, decades in the future. So like, let's work hard now and figure out how we can basically work together and then be even stronger than before.
That's very powerful that you say that, because one of the ideas that we had when structuring this group was that for us to create a network where we can have help if we need it, especially the new students that are starting out colleges and, you know, they don't know anyone because a lot of our parents are immigrant. Having some kind of network that you can reach out to somebody and say, hey, I know that you're a nurse. How did you get to become a nurse? What test do I need? How do you get financial aid or things like that? So yeah, it is very powerful to need to know that you need to ask for help and when to do it. So following that, did you have a mentor at some point that led you to where you are now? If not, is there someone that you look up to that they don't even know you look up to them, but is there someone that you look up to right now?
I would say that I didn't necessarily have like a defined mentor, although that probably would have been the best idea, right? Like that's, if there's one thing to do, yeah, you should go do that and find a really good mentor and try to just understand, like, they have a lot to teach you, right? I think the fact that I didn't have a necessary mentor, I pretty much took the stance of like, it doesn't matter who you are, you can learn from anybody. And especially, like, I think that the issue that I saw was that a lot of people in my life, like the older people in my life, they wouldn't ask for help from the younger people. So I thought that was very foolish from a very young age. So luckily, like, I never had a problem asking for help from even people that were younger than me. But when it came to like a mentor, like, I think, again, this was not by design, but luckily I had a couple of managers or, like, you know, people that I reported to who ended up being very influential in my life. And even though, like, I didn't consider them an official mentor, like we use the word in the sense, definitely those people helped me a lot. And then, I mean, if we're going to talk about like role models and stuff like that, I'm a really big sports person, and pretty much like the person that I looked up to for like the longest time was Kobe. So like that's pretty much, you know, didn't have a mentor, but actually ended up mentoring a lot of people on my own, like just kind of casually. So I think that ended up helping me as well, because, you know, you learn by doing, right? And you learn the most by teaching. I don't know if you all have ever heard that phrase before. I don't remember exactly how it goes, but like you really learn and you really know something when you're able to teach it to somebody. And, you know, being like, my grandmother was a teacher. So like my brother actually is a teacher too. He's an 8th grade teacher. And so that kind of I had that kind of like gene in me, I guess. And I always was willing to teach. And truthfully, that probably made me much more, you know, knowledgeable on a lot of different things, because I was so willing to teach and try to help others, because I knew that, like, I guess like what you were talking about before, the network, right? We didn't have the network. I now realize maybe I'm building the network for everyone because that's the network I didn't have.
Yeah. That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
It's similar to this platform. We're doing something that we feel like we needed when we're younger and going through this. And now, you know, when we chat, people that are going through that would have something, you know, that could help them along the way. The next question I have is for Lydia. Lydia, there's a lot of people in our audience right now that are girls, young girls and women. And, you know, they have dreams to be in a professional atmosphere and be able to be a leader at some point. Being that you are already doing something that's pretty commendable in your career as a woman, what advice would you give to a girl or an immigrant about being assertive in the workplace and how to carry yourself and be able to be heard and not feel ashamed to speak up? What would you say to that?
That's a great question. It's amazing to hear Tony and Kingston's stories. I know for me, I didn't have confidence right away. When I was growing up, my parents wanted me to get like all A's, but they also really wanted just me to be a wife. And that's really the only kind of vision they had for me. And there's nothing wrong with that at all, but like that was literally it. And I had all these learning disabilities. Meanwhile, my older brother was like going to an Ivy League school. So, so they didn't have any expectations for me. What changed it was actually being an immigrant and having to survive. You really don't have a choice. Well, you do have a choice. You have to choose to make it or not, right? And for me, like everything I knew and loved was at risk. So it was worth that risk for me, but it was really hard. And it took a lot of mental health work. You know, from my parents' culture, there's no mental health awareness. There isn't even any mental health, you know, you're just mental is like what their point of view is. And for me, I really had to unlearn that legacy trauma. You know, the reason why my mom had that expectation of me was because that's how she was raised. And a lot of the mental health disorders I live with, you know, my mom has the same thing. We live with anxiety and depression and body dysmorphia. We're very insecure at work. We have imposter syndrome. So I prioritize my mental health. I've been seeing a therapist once a week for over 7 years. And even if you can't afford that, it isn't accessible to everyone. Having a network of people where you can share these stories with is super important. In terms of finding your success at work, I really had to do that mental health exercise. I really had to be like, okay, that wasn't me. Like that was some guy mansplaining something to me. And so I would actually equip yourself with the knowledge of the types of discrimination women face at work so that you are aware of it. And when it happens, you'll be able to catch it. And as your network grows, and as you share your experiences with other women, you'll be able to catch it more and more and more. I also echo Kingston's sentiment of being a mentor. I also mentor a group of female non-binary students that are looking for a career in tech. And a lot of them are immigrants or first generation people of color and they've never seen themselves in that role. Their parents aren't, equipped to help them out in actionable ways to get there. And being a mentor really helps. And then the last thing I would say is to take a moment to be present. Having a 5-year plan is super important. That was something my mentors taught me. Oh, I have a shit ton of mentors, like a lot of mentors in every facet of life, like my personal life, my finances, my career, whatever. But in addition to planning, celebrate your wins. A lot of times I'm always just looking ahead and I put this crazy amount of pressure on myself. But I've learned more and more that I really need to pause and be like, yeah, I did this, and really give myself a pat on the back.
Thank you so much for that. That was very needed. As you can see, a lot of the women in the group were cheering you on as you spoke, because a lot of that rings true to us as well. Being a woman in our community, you're not really expected to succeed. Well, in the words of success, I mean, like nobody expects you to go to school and become a doctor or become some boss of a huge organization. They expect you to like maybe do something like something a little just small and marry a husband who's doing that. So we've seen a lot of changes in our community where a lot of our women are earning higher and higher education and they're performing well in their careers. And that is it's kind of intimidating to a lot of the males maybe. So thank you so much for that. My next question I have is for Tony. Tony, one of the biggest thing that a lot of us have as Congolese Americans is some of us have fear of even trying to go back home and start a business. To me, I feel like, even having the network to do that or knowing the right people to do that, how did you get to a point where you say, okay, so I want to start a business back home? I know that was a mental picture that you had, but what are some steps that you took to get there? So if anyone that is interested in doing that, they might take some lessons from you.
Sure, Francine, thank you for the question. If you allow me, just very rapidly touching on what you said and what Lydia said before. And I think this is really, really critical for all of us and immigrants also in particular. It's the weight of expectation from our communities and our families. Yes, we have this culture where respect is very important, right? Respect of our parents, respect of the elders, respect. And so we feel the weight of making our parents happy. And so we tend to leave out those expectations. And in a sense, if you study psychology, that's also normal, right? Because humans are kind of herd animals. We have this sense of wanting to belong to the herd. So I don't know if you heard also this saying that says, you'd rather be wrong together than be right alone, right? So you have that pressure for your community and you want to please it. But it comes to a point where we all have gone past the age of reason. So we need to develop that courage. And also, I think Kingston was saying that you need to develop that courage to really assess your environment and assess that culture and really decide for yourself if that is conducive to you succeeding in reaching your goals and not. And if it is not, don't be afraid to go differently from your culture. It might be easier said than done. I understand that, but put yourself in that path. And ultimately, when you succeed, everybody will come around anyways. Just because your parents say you have to be a wife with 5 kids, mean that you have to do it. Just because your parents are telling that you have to be a doctor and engineer does not mean that that's who you need to be, right? So really take the time to assess and look at what you're good at. And that's also another advice I would give you. Look, take the assessment and see what are you really good at and what are you not good at. Be honest about it. We all have the tendency to overinflate our abilities. That's just, I guess, a tendency we have. But be real about that. And once you have that assessment, make that conscientious effort to strengthen those weaknesses and keep improving your strength and do something that will allow you to put that in light. Yeah, so in terms of the question you asked, fear, I just have this thing, I don't know, fear for me is something comes and goes, it's a natural thing, but I don't consider that. I'm not risk averse at all. It's, if I fail, fail. If I don't meet the objectives, fine. I'm still breathing. I will find a way to make it different. If you are in a position where you are there in the United States and you want to come back on the continent, it has to be an informed decision, okay? Just because you were born on the continent does not mean that you understand the realities today and that you have all the knowledge to succeed. So that informed decision means start connecting with people that are in the field that you want to enter, in the country that you want to go to. That is very important. Build those relationships. A network is absolutely important. You need to be part of some kind of network where you will share information and where you get a support system. That is absolutely key. Because unfortunately, the Congo, like many African countries, don't necessarily do a good job in terms of helping you re-assimilate when you come. You don't have a lot of formal programs or anything like that. So you kind of need to be proactive to seek out that information. And also another thing, to me, I sort of took it gradually. Remember, when I left the corporate world, I first joined an NGO that was also operating in Africa. That was a way for me to get back on the ground and not have necessarily the pressure of entrepreneurship from day one. So you're essentially getting paid way less than you are in the corporate world, but you are also on the ground. So that allowed me to relearn the realities on the ground. So that was a gradual process. Don't be reckless, okay? You may have the fire within you. You may feel like you're called for something greater. You want to have an impact, which is all great, and you might be called to do that. But don't be also scared to take it a step at a time. Get that network, get the people on the ground, and follow your goal. And if you pull it off, one word of advice: be resilient. The continent has a way of sometimes making you question if you made the right decision. Coming back, some of the realities you face on the ground. Like here in Kinshasa, electricity. I'm sitting here in my office. Don't be surprised if the screen goes dark any moment. Those are some of the realities on the ground. You may open the water tap, and the water's not always running in the city. Traffic can be crazy, but be resilient, right? Those are just things that are part of the environment. It's just follow your goal, plan, and be sure of yourself, and you'll eventually make it.
Thank you. So I have a follow-up question for you for our young people that are still kind of deciding what to do. What advice would you give to someone that feels hopeless about their career endeavors, whether they feel like the way they don't speak the language well enough to pursue certain things, whether they feel like they're not smart enough? What advice would you give to those people in order to move forward in achieving their goals?
Sure. First, I will tell you that you're more than capable. All right. It's your surroundings might make you believe for one reason or another that speaking with an accent makes you less valuable or something, but don't believe that. All right. So you're more than capable, and you have a lot to offer to the world. Every single one of us has a lot to offer. So tell yourself that. And then also set up a development path, right? It's like the things that you're not good at. If you want to speak better English, or I would say English with less of an accent, because not having an accent doesn't mean you speak better, right? You might have poor grammatical, combination and so on. But if you want to speak with less of an accent, make that conscientious effort to improve, right? You can learn any skill. That's also my conviction. If you have a plan, you work hard at it, you keep practicing the right way, you will improve. You can learn any skill you want to. Now, if you're within the company This is important, all right, in the corporate world. If you're within a company, you feel that advancement is hard. Like honestly, you need a career sponsor. Okay, you need within your company to identify people who you look up to or who have achieved what you think you want to achieve that are higher than you, and seek them out. All right, seek them out and make sure you have those sponsors, because it's going to come a day where a decision has to be made on advancement. And if it is individuals that are of equal credentials, most likely the person that will get it is the one that has a sponsor that is advocating for him at the decision-making table or a meeting. So find a career sponsor if you're in the corporate world. That's important. If you're an introvert, it may be hard. I understand. Believe it or not, I'm an introvert. I'm somebody who some people may not believe it, but I am naturally an introvert, right? So it actually takes effort sometimes to just go out and just talk. But I understood that I needed to improve at that. I needed to make that the first step. So even when I was at Verizon Wireless, for example, I was moving up fast because I made that effort also of going out and meeting people and finding those sponsors. And the way you find a career sponsor is also not just, you need to find value that you can bring to the person, right? If it's on project, ask maybe to be involved on projects that might be beyond your scope or that might force you to work harder, but showcase that you have value to add, okay? And the more you do that, that person will see that in you, and it has to be genuine, and that person will fight for you, and then advancement will happen. So yeah, I hope I answered your question, Francine.
You did. Thank you so much for that. So I have a general question for all three of you guys. And we're going to have to try to keep this under 3 minutes, because after that, we have questions from the audience. If you have any question and you're in the audience, feel free to put it in the chat. If Koga or one of the members can send that to my chat directly, I'll be more than happy to have that. So one of the questions I wanted to ask you is, as immigrants, we value our family so much and their opinions and everything that they tell us from how they grew up. I noticed that in Kingston's bio, he talked about how he went into accounting from advice from his mom. Like most of us, your parents kind of tell you you're going to be a lawyer, a teacher, or you're going to be a doctor or, a nurse. They tell you that because they feel like, you don't really need to have a passion. You just need some guidance in that way. But one of the questions I want to ask you guys, seeing that you guys have done very well for yourselves in your careers, is how did your family and your background shape who you have become now as a person, and how did that contribute to your career goals? I'm going to start with Kingston.
Sure. I guess before that, I mean, I'll talk to the accents thing, right? Like I'm born here, I was raised here, I never left here. And I still think I have some of an accent, right? And that's also because I do speak Chinese at home and I do speak Chinese. And the other thing about that is, like, I don't know about the other guys in the room, but when you're American and you don't have an accent, that's kind of a disadvantage with the ladies sometimes. So like, I think it's pretty funny that like y'all are like, oh my God, I don't want to have an accent. When in reality, like, it just depends on which way you're looking at it, right? So, with that, like, to talk about my family, obviously everything, the embodiment of who I am it comes from the family, right? And what I will say is, for sure, the way that they raised me is what brought me here today, right? Like if they didn't drill me so hard on education, I definitely would not have done as well or have been as focused, right? Because I was very much a rebellious kid, right? Like I don't think that I wasn't one of those kids that was good for their parents, right? Like they had to, I remember my mom told me, like, one time she lost me at the mall when I was 5 because I just ran away and they had to shut down the mall to find me. So like, I mean, look, I don't think that most people would have thought that I would have turned out to be, like so focused on my, career and everything like that. But I mean, I think that like the culture is what you have to understand. I mean, it wasn't until I came to Netflix and I started working in this employee resource group space did I understand that some of the things that I felt inside weren't even personal, right? I thought they were personal. I thought like the fear of speaking was personal. I thought like I was just shy sometimes. And then I started to realize this actually could be the difference between the Asian culture and the American culture. And so like that was a very big realization to me, that I needed to find out more about what my culture was, specifically because I was born in the US. And when I view myself as American, right? So that was always interesting to me. And I think the other thing is like, you just really have to be sure to, I kind of lost my train of thought here, but I'll go ahead and pass it on. And then if I remember, I'll jump back in.
All right, just let me know. All right, Lydia, same question to you. How do you think that your family, your background, your culture has molded you to become who you are today?
For me, it's not necessarily what my parents taught me, because a lot of what my parents taught me, I don't know if I necessarily believe. But when I look at their journey and just my ancestors' journey, like half my family, my dad's side is North Korean. My grandparents escaped North Korea before the Korean War. My grandfather escaped twice, actually. He became a POW and then escaped again. And I never got to meet them. They passed away when my dad was in high school. But like just seeing the struggle of what my parents went through, and then also just seeing the story of South Korea in general. When my parents were growing up there, it was considered a developing nation. And North Korea was actually much more economically prosperous. And just to see how much that nation has grown, and to see like the struggle and the pain, there's actually like a beauty to it. You know, there's this poetic passion to it. And that's how it's shaped me today, is I want to live passionately. Unfortunately, when I was trying to get a green card, that's all I could really think about. But after I got a green card, the way my life has changed is like, it's actually learning what do I want to do in life? Like, how can I feel fulfilled? How can I live passionately and feel like I'm not just doing for myself, but like for the world, you know? And that's kind of what I learned. But the other thing I've learned is again, this is not something that they taught me, but just upon reflection, is to be very comfortable making mistakes. I used to feel very uncomfortable with them. I saw it as a personal failure, but really mistakes are just opportunities to learn. And you really can't learn until you make mistakes. And the more you get comfortable making them, it's like a scar, you know, it heals and it gets stronger over time. So.
Yeah, I can jump in there, because actually, Lydia, what you just talked about right now is actually what I was getting to. In terms of what I learned from my culture, some of them were not good things, right? Like, I think, you know, just hearing all the people and the questions and everybody talk about this right now, it sounds pretty obvious to me that the immigrant experience is that you have to work 2 or 3 times as hard to get the same place. So then there's so much focus on education and being perfect. And actually, that was what was holding me back. Right? I was so afraid to make mistakes when I was younger. I didn't want to make any mistakes. I needed to get 100 on every test. And really, like, I was not prepared to make mistakes publicly at a company or anywhere else, right? Because all of these mistakes that I was making, more or less, outside of where I went to college, was like essentially, you know, it was private. So unlearning that was such a big thing, right? Because like we're just talking about the fear and the courage. It was definitely holding me back. And it's just never obvious, right? Like, again, using the sports analogies like Kobe and like all those people, you don't see all the practice and all the failure that they go through to win that championship. And so, like, you know, when you think about somebody that has a lot of courage, you don't think about all the times in which they were scared and they had to push through it to get that courage. So really, like, I don't think anybody is born with that. So really, that's
Okay, so what I would say is I'm everything I am today because of my family and my surrounding. And honestly, I think it applies to every single one of us here. You know, it's we aren't born with behaviors or traits. You know, we learn that from formative years, right, from our surroundings. Now, there's this big debate about nurture versus nature, but your formative years really start shaping your views of the world and start developing certain traits that you have. And those will stay with you for the rest of your life. And so some of us have families, others may not have their parents around when they're younger, for one reason or another, but it's the surrounding, our immediate surrounding that influences us. And to me, my parents definitely influence who I am. One of the very important traits, for example, my mom has this huge value on just people. She's like a people person, right? Selflessness. And so that's something I saw from her, and I think it stayed with me from a young age. But at the same time, not everything is good, and there is this whole aspect, for example, about financial literacy and things of that nature that I had to learn essentially by myself growing up. So, but not to be too long on this subject, I would say, be thankful of the upbringing that you had, good or bad, because I think that will force you to make decisions. And who you are today, you might be in rejection to your culture, what your parents taught you, but that's what's making you who you are today. Or you might be embracing what your culture and your parents taught you, but it's still making you who you are today, right? So start by being thankful for that, and then also understand that your past doesn't define you, right? And it doesn't need to define you for the longest. You can always improve on things that you did not appreciate, growing up, things that you need to make better. Notice that the theme all along for me is improvement, right? I've talked about improvement, and you can get better, and things are possible. Those are things I believe in. Okay, I believe that we're all capable here, and we shouldn't put constraints on ourselves and say we're more than capable. I'm not a believer of that. I believe every single person on this call is capable of great things. So I'll keep preaching that until the day I die.
I love it. We're ready to receive it. Okay, so we're now going to be jumping into the next segment of our panel discussion. Right now, we're taking questions from the audience, and one of the first questions we have is for our Netflix celebrity worker right now, Kingston. So one of the questions they have for you is, let's see, from Marlene. Sorry. Okay, first they wanted to thank you for being here, and they wanted to ask how does someone get a career in Netflix? How did you get there?
Yeah, I mean, look, first of all, it's definitely an honor to be here, right? Like, I think that's really, it's an opportunity both ways, right? Like I mentioned before, the teaching and everything like that. Like, an opportunity for me to teach is just as meaningful for me as it is for someone to learn. So when it comes to Netflix, I can just give you some like basic pointers. It's really hard to get into Netflix as an undergrad. You definitely need experience. A lot of our titles are depressed by a level. So for example, I'm a senior, which basically would be a manager somewhere else. So that's number one. Number two is, I mean, we talked about this. It's all about the networking and then preparing yourself for that. I mean, getting to practice your interview skills. It's just, there's a lot of different things that you need to know, but the reality is, like, it's not that different from getting into any other like large and successful company. Really, I guess a tactical thing that I would say is, like, don't try to apply too much and don't try to apply to too many things. I think this is a generalized thing that if you think about things from the hiring manager's perspective, I've heard multiple times in various companies, they're not that interested. They have to question when you apply to multiple types of jobs, whether or not you actually care about that job or you actually just trying to get into the company. So like, if there's one thing I could boil that down to is, when you're applying for a job, you really got to sell them on, yeah, I really want this job, and not make it like, okay, like, I just want to get into the company and then I might move teams, that kind of deal. So with Netflix, don't get discouraged if you don't even get a call. I know that for a lot of the people that, a lot of my friends that already have careers and have experience have asked me to refer them, and I can't even get them an interview sometimes or a call back. So for me, I was lucky because I had a friend that I worked very closely, and he became one of my best friends. Like, we party together a lot, and then we, like, that's another tip too. You got to be social and you got to have fun, right? Like, you got to have fun. But like he actually was working at the firm, and then I just happened to, actually pick a job that was not in my career path, and also was not something that it was very niche and I didn't think had a long career path. But like looking at the company, I knew that I wanted to be a part of the culture. So luckily for me, I was a little bit overqualified for the position. And then I had a friend that helped me refer me and was like helpful for me to get the interview. And then when I went to the interview, I studied harder and I worked harder on that interview than I ever did before on any other job that I ever applied for. And I really, really, really made myself believe that I wanted the job. And so I think that's how I got it.
Thank you for that. So that's something general that I want to tell everyone in the audience. It's definitely true that when you're applying to a company, you don't apply to everything on there that's open. Apply to what you qualify for, and write a really good letter, cover letter about why you want to be there, why you think you're the best fit, and so forth, and go from there. So just don't spray your resume everywhere because they don't take you seriously. That was a really good one. Thank you so much. The next question I have here, and again, if Tony, if we can keep it a little short because we're running out of time here, but this is a very mouthful of question I have for you. Sorry, it's about, yeah, I muted myself. It's about someone who's interested in maybe starting a business in Congo. The question that they have is, what, as a Congolese American themselves, how did you manage to transition from working in the US to the DRC? What were some of the challenges and what are some of the benefits? Does DRC have a program to make it easy for the diaspora to return home? This is a question from Adele.
Okay, thank you. And to keep it short, as you said, I think the last one already touched upon it. There's no program to make it easy for people to come back and reassemble. And actually, right now, we're working on a Diaspora Act with the parliaments here so that we would have a program in place specifically to allow the diaspora to come back and reassimilate. So we have a project in place. The text has been written, but it's not passed. So right now, there's absolutely no program to really help your assimilation here. In terms of wanting to start a business here in Congo, don't make the mistake of being based in the US and just send money here and think that people will run your business for you. I'll tell you that 99% of the time that will fail, because you'll hear a lot of people tell you that, oh, I will never do business there again. I send my money. But look, you have to be here if you want to start something, or even the other way around. Can you imagine being in Congo and then starting a business in the US and you're not even there to run it? It will be a recipe for disaster. Challenges, there are many challenges. Mainly, it's just logistical in terms of like the infrastructure and stuff like that, but also in terms of the mindset. Like within my team, I spend a lot of time, managing my staff here in terms of just, I would say, critical thinking and taking the initiative. That's a very American thing. And you realize that when you come here, that people just don't naturally take the initiative. They want to follow the orders from the boss, quote unquote, but are scared to take the initiative. So even my main coordinators, I spend a lot of time just kind of instilling that in people. So that's a little bit of a challenge because it leads to micromanaging, which is not always the best for growing business. And the benefits, it's partaking in the growth, really making a significant change in somebody's life. You see how you're tangibly changing one of your workers' life, essential on a day-to-day basis. So those are great benefits for me here.
Thank you so much for that. There's another follow-up question for you, Tony. Someone asked, when do you think we should start returning home? And for those who desire to do so, what would you recommend?
I would say start returning right now, but it doesn't mean physically. All right, physical return is not meant for everybody. Just because you're from the Congo first or second generation doesn't mean that your future is not in the United States. But it doesn't mean that you shouldn't remain connected. All right. So to me, the first return is there. Stay connected with the realities here. Because the diaspora can actually make an immense difference on the development on the ground. Okay. And that's across the African country. Just look at what the Jewish has been able to do for Israel and so on, and other communities. And even, you know, in terms of China, Chinese Americans and so on, there's a lot happening back in the country. So be connected that way. And the other thing I would say is, if you want to come back physically, just make an informed decision. You know, there's no one recipe for success that will work for everybody. There's not one single formula. We're all different in our realities. You want to not be reckless. That's the main thing I would say, and make an informed decision by knowing as much as possible what you're getting into before pulling the other trigger.
Okay. Here is another question. I think this is our last one because we're running out of time on this panel. Another question again is for you, Tony. How do you stay focused and work hard on your career and craft, but still not let it define you? Like, how do you separate your career from who you are personally?
Yes, thank you. In terms of the focus, it's the, Kingston mentioned Kobe. I'm actually a big Kobe fan myself. I played basketball in college. I was a point guard and a two guard. So Kobe is somebody I look up to. It's that member mentality that we talk about. It's just being focused, all right? That to me, a way I'm able to do it in business, because when you're your own boss, there's really nobody to tell you to do things. You have to do it. If you don't do it, it doesn't get done. But I am very organized. The way I start my day is I wake up at 4:45 every single morning. When I wake up, I take about an hour to read or put some thoughts on paper. I work out after that, and then I take the time to meditate. And after meditating, I get my day going. And when I get to my office, the first thing I do is I have my list of tasks for that day. But I also project that every single day to my goals and my strategic projection. So on a day-to-day basis, that allows me to remain focused on what I'm doing and not be distracted by the little fires that might come up. Because when you're an entrepreneur, you have so many things that can come up left and right. So if you don't watch it, you may be distracted and veer off the goal. So those are the ways I'm able to remain focused in what I'm doing.
And someone asked, quick question, if they can have your contact information. So we can talk about that offline if you like, or if you'd like to give it to them directly.
I'm typing my email address in the chat. So
yay, thank you so much. You're definitely going to have some people reaching out to you about some advice and help, because you're in an industry that we all, you know, are interested in because it's from home. But we're concluding this, and I really want to thank you for being here, Tony. I know you're in Congo and the time zone is different, and I know you're probably afraid the light might go off at some point, but you know, we did great. Lydia, I really appreciate you being here and also being in the comments and, you know, responding to stuff and giving us resources. Same thing with you, Kingston. I see you're doing the same thing, responding. We really had a great time and a great discussion. And I hope that our audience benefit from your knowledge and your advice. I hope to have some way to connect with you guys soon if we have another meeting or discussion that we can benefit from your knowledge. So thank you so much. I'm gonna go ahead and pass this on to Ide or Nina, if you're available, and we'll go from there.
Thank you so much. Again, this day has been amazing. Best way to spend my Saturday so far. I want to thank Francine, our moderator for this session. I want to humbly thank Kingston, Tony, and Lydia for being with us. As Francine said, for Tony, this is not easy for you being on a different time zone. As Kingston and Lydia, this is a Saturday. You could be doing different things in LA on a Saturday, but you chose to be here with us. We can't be grateful enough. Thank you so much. We have one more panel. It's going to be a very short panel. So thank you to our participants who are still with us. We're going to give you just a few minutes, 3 to 5 minutes. Get up, grab some water, stretch. I know you have been sitting for a while. You must be tired. Do some stretches. I could show you some stretches, but today I'm not in my gym clothes, so I can't do that. So make sure that you stretch so you can be ready for this next session. And as I said in the chat, after this short panel, we're gonna have just a networking hour where we can talk about MAP. A lot of people have asked questions, how can they join MAP? And those who wants to know more, we can have that conversation in that last hour. It's very optional, but you can stay with us. And please get up and stretch. Mercy, if you can put the timer on the screen.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
How many minutes am I setting this for? 5, got it.
5.
you should get more. We start with low prices every day, then add aisles of yellow coupons for more ways to save.
Our 5-minute timer is up.
All righty. All right, guys. I hope you guys are enjoying the virtual event. I hope you guys enjoyed the music. I saw a lot of you guys dancing through your eyes and your nose and your mouth, but I hope you guys are enjoying it though. I believe the next segment, the next session will not be as long. This will be very brief. I will pass it over to the person that will be in charge of that.
Hello. So I'll be the moderator for this session, and it's going to look different because we're going to mix languages. It's gonna be so relaxed. It's gonna be different from what we were talking about because we're going to talk about entertainment. So we have 3 guests. One is Anna Tembo, who is a professional model. And we have Claude Mojanama, aka TMC, who is a singer-songwriter. And we have Espoir Nindeba. So it's going to be different, like I said, gonna be very relaxed and without delaying, I would like to introduce them and to welcome them on this panel. So are you guys all there? Anna, are you there in TMC?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm here too.
I'm here.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so let's get a brief intro from everyone, and feel free to use any language that you're comfortable using, and then we'll take it from there. So let's start with you, Anna Tembo. Anna, are you there? All right, so Anna is
Did you say my name first? I'm sorry.
Yes, no worries. Yeah, I was asking you, can you just give us a brief intro about what do you do, who you are, and then we'll take it from there.
Okay, my name is Anna Tembo. I am a model, an activist, and an artist.
Thank you, Anna. Can you go to TMC?
Hello, everyone. My name is Mujana Makod, aka TMC. I'm a singer, one of Dream Boys. I was born in Congo in 1980 something. Then after 6 years, we moved to Rwanda, where I did my primary school, my secondary school, a university as well. Then from 2009, I started music career. So now I'm here in America. So briefly, that's my resume. Then we're gonna go in details according to the questions.
Yeah, thank you, Claude. Thank you, TMC. And Espoir, are you on the call?
Yes, I'm on the call. I'm in the car. But yeah, so my name is Nindeba Espoir, and I'm Sinzira, first of all, proud. And just like many of you, I'm from the Congo, and I am a medical school at the moment.
Good. So the purpose of this conversation it's about being different, being determined, and being courageous. So all three of you, you've done a lot of things that in our community, probably nobody else has done it before. And that's why you're here. So before we go to that, I would like to hear everyone talking about their first impression in America. I know TMC, waje Jobundi, it's been like a year since I think hashize nk'umwaka. Amerika wayibonye ute, uko wayitekerezaga, niko wayisanze, bimeze bite?
Actually, that was not my first time to be here in America.
Okay.
I was here in 2 years ago.
Okay.
But before I went in Europe, so you know, those developing countries lifestyle the same.
Yeah.
So actually, being in Europe in 2013 is where I was impressed because I saw new stuff, I saw new system there. So came in America was like, well, the same thing like going in Europe.
Yeah.
But of course, I was excited because I have many friends here. You know, I wanted to experience that lifestyle I used to hear. I used to watch on movies and stuff. Yeah. So, and I knew that was my other opportunity to, you know, to get what I didn't get in my country or in my continent. Yeah. So the impression was good.
Was good. Yeah. So Anna, I believe you came here when you were only 2 years or 3 years old. What was your first impression? I know part of you're American pretty much. What was your first impression when you landed in the US?
I was 5 years old. I think my first impression, like my first memory, like what do you remember when you're 5? I remember like going through the airport and seeing like a lot of white people. And I was just like, oh my gosh, like it was culture shock, you know? But I don't have any like other vivid memories of anything. It was just like, I always felt different, but being like adopted into an American family, I started not seeing color as much and seeing people for like how they are and not by their skin color. But first memory has to be in the airport, like being like, whoa, it's a lot of white people when you're used to the opposite color.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. That's like most of us, we've experienced that before. One of the members of MAP, can you become a host? Because some people are asking to come in and I can't do both.
I'm handling it.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, good. So how about you, Espoir? What was your first impression? And how long have you been in the States? Sorry.
No, so I've been in the States for about 14 years, about to be 14 years. And so for me, my first impression, I came when I was 8. So I was very young. Everything was new. America was this place where we used to like, know or hear that, one of the best place or one of the, it was like a dream place where, you can to live. So as a kid coming to the US, there was a big cultural shock, and obviously we didn't speak very much of an English or any English. We didn't speak any English. So it was we started, everything was new, and so my reaction to it was, at first it was scary because, especially with kids in school, there tends to be a lot of bullying and all this like hostile. So, and as a kid in Africa, we used to fight all the time. So whenever they would like say something about Africa, I would fight, and that was my way of, of like kind of defending myself and my culture in a way. So it was a big culture shock, but as I went on to living in America and speaking the language and understanding the system, everything kind of became a bit easier to understand.
Yeah, no, that's I think a lot of people here on this call can resonate to that. So my next question is for you, Anna. You decided to become a full-time model, which is in our culture, in our community, it's something unique. And maybe even parents cannot easily understand. What motivated you to break in the modeling industry? Take us through your journey and how you decided to make that decision.
Okay. I knew at a young age I wanted to be a model. And there was pros and cons through my journey because I am adopted by an American family, so they kind of supported it, but also wanting to be accepted by my African family, I was always hesitant and didn't know if I wanted to do it because I'm like, okay, I know it's not something people accept, you know, especially because sometimes you don't have as much clothes on, you know, it's not as modest as what, you know, our people are. To answer the second part of your question, my journey, I started 2 years ago. So at age 23, I wasn't even allowed to get pictures taken of me because I came under refugee status, and Catholic Charities, you know, when you come as a refugee, you can't be like on TV, you can't have pictures and stuff taken of you. So I waited a little bit longer. When I moved to LA, I got discovered by my agency, and my parents, my American parents, supported me. I started getting very busy, and at the time I was going to school for nonprofit management, and I was like, okay, this is the time I need to give it my all. So let me just stop. I finished my semester and then gave modeling my full time, and then you know, I'm supporting myself 100% through modeling, and it was a good decision because I have something to fall back on. Yeah, that's kind of a little bit of my journey so far.
Yeah, your journey is very impressive. We'll come back to that. For the people on the call, I believe you're now you're now been working with the Nike big brands and Walmart.
Yeah.
That's huge, and other many that we'll go through in deep. But let's go back to TMC. So TMC, you started as secular music. Like I said, secular music is not very common in our community because we are raised as Christians. Everyone has to sing like a gospel or like make songs for gospel. You know, I had to ask you this question. What motivated you to, break through and started singing secular music without like thinking what the family and the community will talk about and just like do it?
Actually, this is a tough question, and I've been always asking the same question, either in Rwanda, even here. Yeah. Whoever I meet, that is a question that he always asking me. Mm-hmm. First of all, I can give you like a short summary of how I found myself in the sector, in the industry, music industry. Mm-hmm. Actually, the problem is not only our community. Yeah. Even Rwanda as a country was a big problem because we don't have like other role models, people who did music before, so that now they live because of the music they did in the past. So we are the first one to to create this new field. So that was not really easy. So for me, as you know, all the Mulenge we have to be in a church singing in choirs, especially at young age. Actually, someone who didn't attend the choir, who is here, he has to consider himself as a kirara.
Yeah. New language abantu bakoresha. Yeah.
So also for me that was the case. Mm-hmm. I went in choir, but when I had to go to secondary school. Yeah. We moved to the boarding school where there was no church, From there, it's my break point from church stuff to other new life. Yeah. So there are something called boom and spectacle and a boom. The way we used to interpret other songs, dancing, stuff like that. Yeah. So also I was included among those teams. And I could hear people saying that, oh, Ulilimbaneza, you have nice voice, and so on. But we didn't have enough infrastructure so that you can yourself, take it as a serious thing, or think that will be a big thing to do in the future. Yeah. So, and on my side, when I was at school, I was serious with studies. Yeah. Yeah, because even when I went to KIST, which is the university in Rwanda, Science and Technology University. I was the highest, I had the high rank among the students at that promotion who went in physics. So, which means that I was good at the school enough.
Yeah.
So, and also my behavior was, I was a good boy in my family with good behavior. They couldn't imagine me even going in other stuff apart of
school.
So, but before myself, I knew that I had talent, because when I was in the choir, I could write song myself. But I remember one day I wrote a song and presented to my boss, who was the boss of the choir.
1 second. If you're calling in, please mute yourself because that's disturbing the speakers. Thank you. Go ahead.
Okay. So, as I said, before I knew that I had that talent, but that was like my only secret. Because even that in Rwanda, even at that time, you could hear yourself, you find in a place and they say, "We know Muhanzi." It was like a shame. Meaning being Muhanzi, you know, it was a way of starting having bad behaviors and so on.
Yeah.
Oh, but for me, the idea was, I knew I had a talent, but also I knew education is very important for me. For Banyamulenge families, or even in Rwanda, a good child is the one who get good mark at school. So I could perform well, so that on the side of parent, I make them secure, so they can be sure that their child is doing good in what they want.
Yeah.
But I had that secret inside me that I can do more in other fields. I do remember when I went to the studio at the first time, we released one song. Nobody expected me to see me on TV or elsewhere. I remember that time they did like family meeting to tell me that I have to stop those stuff, so that I have to deal with my studies.
It's going to be a distraction to you.
Yeah, but at the end, they saw I had like what we call distinction. Actually, in Rwanda, when you got like 70%, it's a lot of marks in university, especially. It's like your B plus or A, if you try to put it in the American style.
Yeah.
Then they were like, some of them, they said, but he's doing good at school, and we know he's a good boy. So why are we going to, to stop him doing what he's doing now? So it was like, conversation between family members and so on. When I was in that transition period, we released the second song, which was a big hit in Rwanda. It is a song called The Magorwa. So some of my family members, they could go in different places, and they meet with people. They say they start asking them, we work at TMC. Can you give TMC's number? We love him. They started feeling the beauty, the pride of having me as a musician.
Yeah.
From that day, I started getting support from them. So from 2010, 11 up to that. So my journey is too long, and we achieved a lot, so that I think every parent will be proud
of you,
of what I have achieved.
Yeah. Well, we are proud of you because you've paved the way to so many young artists. Now we've seen, now we have like not more than enough, because we still need more, but it's not only like gospel artists that we have singers from other different genres. So I'm gonna pave a little bit to Espoir. Espoir, you're being admitted to Harvard, one of the best institutions in the world. And not only being admitted to Harvard, you also being admitted at one of the competitive program, which is a medical school at Harvard. So looking at your history, someone is okay. Looking at your history and seeing what you've achieved by just being admitted at Harvard Medical School, it's huge for everyone. It's huge for everyone, and it's very impressive. Can you go through your journey? What motivated you? Where did you get that courage to be able to say that I'm going to apply to Harvard Medical School and I'm going to get it? Take us through that journey, please.
Yeah, thank you. First, I want to thank God for giving me the opportunity to get into the Harvard Medical School. But my journey through for me to get into Harvard, it wasn't easy. It wasn't easy at all. And likely I can say that I applied to Harvard, I decided, the mindset came to apply like 2 years before I graduated my undergrad. So how I started was, I've always had a passion for medicine. Even whenever I graduated high school, I ended up getting a chemistry scholarship to at the university here in Texas. And also there was another HBCU school I was going at, Historical Black College. And so I did chemistry, because I didn't know exactly what I wanted to do yet. So it wasn't until like my second year where I decided to pursue medicine. And so I started studying pre-med. I took pre-med classes and I want to go to medical school when I'm done. But it's one of those things where I went to elementary here. I started elementary, middle school, and high school. But even through the journey of high school, I didn't know anything about GPA. I didn't know anything about SATs, what I need to score. So I have never done any research prior to that point for somebody, or I didn't really have anybody to tell me, hey, so you got to do well on your SATs for you to do this. You got to do this for you to do this. So that kind of came later on in life. But so how the journey kind of came to be for me to apply to medical school. Once I got to college, my advisor, who was very helpful. And so for me, I had to really examine at a young age. I'm like, okay, so what kind of medical school do I want to go to? Where do I see myself? What kind of type of doctor that I want to be? So it's something that I had to think before it even happened. But I had to, it's one dream of mine for me to go to medical school and become a doctor, and also do help my community in that way. So I started asking my advisor about different schools I can apply to, or how can I start applying, and what's the method, and what do I need to get there. And so he started asking me about taking some classes or looking at classes that
Think you can.
Particularly schools that I work. So this is up to like my.
I think you're cutting off. Hi, Sport. I think you're cutting off.
And I applied to 8 different schools, and out of all those 8 different schools, they have some requirements. So you do, especially for the medical program, you do a first application, which includes your MCAT score, which includes your GPA, which includes your classes you took in your courses, also which includes a letter of why you want to become a doctor, so on. And so once you submit that, there's a second application that you do that's more personal. But for the second application, only six school has reached out to me. At that point, it was UCLA, Baylor, UT, Yale, and Stanford.
Wow. I think you're cutting off again.
And not that many medical students get scholarship in general, because they know that once you're done with school, you're going to pay it off. But during that second application, they look at your income and your family income and your story, where you're from. And luckily, me and this other Nigerian kid, who we both ended up getting full scholarship to the school. But Harvard came later. They reached out. It was the last school that reached out to me. So I had already decided the school that I wanted to go to. And then they reached out to me the last second. And they reached out the last second with with more scholarship than the other schools were offering. And so even in the country, it was ranked as #1 in the US in general. So I was just like, it's a no-brainer. They're offering me full scholarship. They one of the best schools, and I want to be a surgeon. So I'm like, this is the best place for me to go to. And so my decision through that's kind of how it was. And also me scoring good on my MCAT score, or on my MCAT test, which I had to take twice.
Wow. Yeah, I've never had someone who's admitted to all the Ivy Leagues, because that's very impressive. And what do you think make your application stood out? Why do you think your application was special?
Honestly, I could probably say it's my story, because I can't say that it's my knowledge or because like a majority of the kids that applied, these are students who have 4.0, who scores anywhere from 520 to 530 something on their MCAT score. So definitely like the scoring and the knowledge, we all had that. But I feel like my story and who I am kind of helped me out the most onto for them accepting like, okay, we want this person with this type of history, because like, being a kid coming from the Congo who's me getting shot, and I can honestly say with me getting shot had to do a lot with why I got into Harvard, because whenever I got shot, I had some problems in my whole body, and it got to a point where I didn't sleep like for almost like 15 years, if not. So all those time that I couldn't sleep, I would sleep on the couch, and even for a little bit. So I took that time when I was in pain to put it into use. So I ended up taking the time instead of going to sleep because it would hurt and I would wake up anyways. So I would get a book, I would get an anatomy book, I would get a biology book, I would get a biochemistry book. So I would read instead of sleeping. So I spend most of my time reading and sleeping, and that really helped me get into into the school, but also the story of me being a Mulenge and being who I am and where I'm from. Just me telling my story of our people being, murdered and, raped and all these other bad things happening to them, and telling them that we are fighting for our home, and just so them seeing the struggle and my story and a whole community story. I feel like that had to do a lot with why I was admitted.
Oh wow. Yeah, I hope everyone can get a chance to listen to your story, because it's very impressive, and it's also motivating to hear someone was went through a lot but still standing up for yourself and doing great things. I think that's amazing. So let me go back to Anna. So Anna, you are signed with Industry LA, which is a motoring agent that represents you. So how do you get an agent as a model? And also the second question is, you've worked with Nike right now, and you're working with Walmart, big brands. And I think the next one you are working with is Paul Mitchell, and also Tom's. Those are big brand names. How are those brands, how are those jobs shaping your career in motoring? How are they shaping your career so far?
Okay, so your first question about the agents,
Right.
how you get an agent.
Yeah.
You have to apply just like any other jobs. You go on the website, you have open castings, you can go in person as well. Sometimes you get scouted. What I did for years before how I got signed was I was scouted on my social media. I shot with a photographer that I reached out to myself, that my agency used as one of their main photographers, and they saw me and they're like, "Are you signed?" And I said no, and I went in for an interview, and they signed me the next day. So just to kind of recap ways you can get signed: you apply online, you can go in person, or you can get scouted. You can get scouted on the streets, anywhere. I just so happen to get signed or scouted, excuse me, through social media. Your second question, can you remind me again?
Yeah, so working with Nike right now. We all know Nike, and we all go shopping at Walmart. how you know, working with them right now as their model, how does that like shaped your career as a model right now? Yeah.
Well, it adds on to my resume, just like anyone else's resume. They see I've worked with Nike. They see I've worked with Walmart, which is more of a commercial, which is more commercial than print. And it adds on to my resume. So if I want to do more editorial shoots, and say Marc Jacobs sees I worked with Nike, they're like, okay, she can work. She's worked with the top of the top, you know? It's like, I'm not gonna get smaller jobs in a sense. I'll get like bigger jobs because other brands will see I've worked with these big brands, so I know what I'm doing, you know? If it's like small little boutique shops, you know, that's on my resume, then people are gonna be like, and if they've never heard of them, they'll be like, who's this? Does that make sense? But working with Nike and Walmart and all the other brands I've worked with, people will see that, other brands will see that. Or even if I want to leave my agency when my contract's up, other agencies will see like, oh, this is the work that she's done. She's a working model, she can do this, and I'll get more opportunities, if that answers your question.
Yeah, you did. And I'm assuming that it's, well, with the way we think about being a model or being an artist in general, it comes with a lot of challenges. Can you elaborate more about what are the challenges have you faced so far, and how did you overcome them?
I think it's one of the challenges I'm still facing now, is trying to figure out if I want to do shoots that are more what we would say like risque, you know, like you're showing a little bit more skin, because you know, I love having the support of my community, you know, and I know like a lot of young girls are watching me, and I don't want to start doing things, you know, that, you know, people talk, you know, it's not always a good look, but for me, in my world, it's like an art, you know? And so I'm always torn, because it's like, oh, my agent will be like, hey, this lingerie brand is going to pay, I'll just throw a number out there, like 12,000. And I'm like, oh, do I want to do it? Or do I want my community to talk about me and everyone's not going to support me? And you just have to stick to your morals. I've been passing things up like that, because I'm like, you know what? God works in funny ways. Things are going to circle back around. I don't need to do this, you know? I'd rather have the support of my family, and I want my kids to be proud of what I'm doing. Not saying that if other women want to do it, I'm all for it. I think I need to establish myself first as my brand. And then eventually maybe I'll be a Victoria's Secret model, and everyone will support me because they know like I took the time to establish myself. People know I try to be respectful as much as possible. And yeah, so it's something I still struggle with. Everything else, it's like little struggles, like, I don't know. I can't really give examples right now, but that's the best one. Yeah.
No, I'm sure you'll get far, given that you've been in the career only for 2 years with all the gigs you've done. I don't have any doubt that you will achieve them. Yeah. So TMC, being in one of the music group in Rwanda, one of the best, Dream Boys, how has that shaped you as a person? And what are the main challenges have you faced? And how did you handle them?
As a person, first of all, it gives me responsibilities toward my followers in general, but especially my community. Because I know anything that I can do in music industry, people don't see me as TMC only, but they see me as also Mulenge. So being successful in music at the same time makes me a brand ambassador by default.
That's powerful.
So and that also, it's a good point actually. It's not, it's not a problem for me. It's an advantage, because also it requires me to to acting as more to act as brand ambassador of many people in different areas, and it exposed Banyamulenge values. For instance, I can tell you what I have learned in this journey of music is that when you accept who you are and you put all your energy, your effort of what you are doing, your identity can produce a competitive advantage with your competitors. For instance, you could hear many companies saying when they want to advertise their stuff or doing different campaigns, they always say, oh, niba mushaka kwigisha abana kureka ibiyobyabwenge no kwitwara neza, muri Dream Boys, TMC no Morocco. That's the fact of being in Morocco. Actually, to be honest, I'm not Morocco more than others, but they know that that value is from Banyamulenge. So the fact of accepting being a Banyamulenge and doing good in your industry, in what you are doing,
it adds up.
So it gave me that, that competitive advantage among others, and it shaped my career as well. So we have many challenges. First one, creative industry in general, you need to be on top always.
Yes.
Actually, to be successful in the music industry, you have to always be on top. And being on top always, it's practically impossible. Because it's an open field. Anyone can bring whatever he wants in the field. For instance, people nowadays, they are singing what you call the Bishego, sexual stuff. Due to my moral values, I can do that. I cannot do that. So imagine if the audience nowadays is their favorite message they want. They want you to sing Ibishego, and me, I cannot sing that. This is gonna be maybe a problem for me to be on top, because I cannot give that message, and others are giving that message and they are earning more. Actually, that's the challenge. So, second one, the privacy. We don't have a privacy actually. If I say hi to any girl, it will
it'll go everywhere.
It goes everywhere, and they say,
yeah, no, I hear you. That's the cost of being a public figure.
I know. That's why I cannot even claim or saying anything about that. But also, I know that I'm public figure. I have to accept everything as long as I know the truth of what I'm doing as me. Second one is also the mind of people in general. They don't believe in us as musicians, I can say. Still, even though they know that you have achieved some good things at your age, that even someone could achieve in long term, but they still consider you as someone who missed something. Like, nk'ubu ngubu ngiye gusaba umugeni hari ababyeyi bavuga ati uriya musore sinamushingira kubera mindset iri mu bantu. So iyo ni challenge muri music industry, ariko igifite agaciro nuko ni wowe kumenya wowe impamvu yirimo n'izo challenge zose zirimo uzihanduringa gute no kumenya purpose intego mu buzima bwawe.
Yeah, no, that's powerful. I mean, myself, I went to film school, 4 years. Imyaka ine just doing film because I wanted to be a storyteller, wanted to produce. Kugeza ubu, when I talk to my family, they don't understand my job. Kubera ko it's ni imyuga, right? It's a job that pays my bill. Ariko, we don't give value to work in entertainment. Or if someone say I'm going to be a comedian, we don't take it serious. Kubera nta handi hantu twigeze tugira iyo twigeze tugira ayo mahirwe yo kubona abantu babaye successful in arts, being artists. So ni challenges ziri mu bwoko bwacu, ziri mu gihugu muri Africa hose. And I'm glad that we have a lot of people who are starting to do a lot of different things. Diversity in career, it's needed. And I will just jump to a question to Espoir. I understand that not just being a medical student right now, you're also a photographer and also a comedian. We'd love to hear more about that, because we need that humor right now.
I'm not a comedian. I'm not a comedian. The comedian is Ide. Ide is the comedian right here. But no, I mean, I do photography. Photography is just one of those things that became my hobby. You know, people have many different hobbies. You know, I do play sports as well. Do love basketball, but you know, some people play basketball, some people paint, some people, you know, sing, some people. So my hobby was photography, and so it was something that I saw that, you know, the quote that says, you know, a picture is worth 1,000 words. You know, there's a way that you can take a picture and just, you know, depending on how you capture it, so another person can be something completely different, right? It can be it's almost like a movie. So I wanted to do that to inspire people through photography as well. So and so I just started off slowly, and luckily I had a friend of mine who now works for the National Geographic Channel. We were at the same school, and he gave me my very first camera, and he taught me the basics. And you know, after that, you kind of exactly what you say. It's being a storyteller, right? You kind of have to create your own story and tell you know, kind of show your own design and your stuff. So yeah, I'm very excited in the future with the project that I have with my photography and as well. So but yeah, so it's just one of those things that I just like, and I can't stop doing.
No, that's impressive. I mean, continue doing that. It's always good to have a backup, or at least to have a second gig. Once you're not in a operating room, you can tell stories. Yeah. So reminding people who are joining, the purpose of this session is because we wanna have diversity in careers. We wanna have different people who are doing different things in our community, and that's why we are bringing people, artists who are in our community again. So I'll go back to TMC. I have one quick question. One second. You are not only being an artist, you've achieved a lot in terms of education. You went to KIST, which is Kigali Institute of Education, Science and Technology in Rwanda, and then you continued your master's in project management, and then after that, after you moved a year in the US, you're doing your another master's in data science. Why is education important to you? Why are you doing that? Why can't you just like do the music and give us hits and enjoy life?
Also, it's a challenging question, but it's because the environment we live in, and it's because of also the opportunities that are around in the world. As Kanyiki said, when you achieve something, you have also to plan for another big thing. Because, you know, being successful in music doesn't mean that is the end of life. And we never know what tomorrow holds. For me, that's the first motivation. Secondly, I was good at school, actually. I do remember when I finished in KIST, I got a scholarship to go in Sweden. At my young age, because I was in love with music, I decided to reject my scholarship. So, but now, because I knew that technology is changing everything in the world. Even in terms of music, we don't know. We don't know what will happen tomorrow, because technology is changing everything. For instance, back in the days, we used to sell CDs. We used to, you know, to do shows to get money. But nowadays, everything is so people are selling their music online, because technology changed everything. So if I know that this stuff of IT technology is shaping world in another image, why not? If I have that potential of doing big success in that field, why not? I cannot do that course.
Advantage of it.
Actually, that's my main reason, but doesn't mean that I rejected my music career. Because even today, I'm doing my master's, but still, I pay money from music. It's like a second investment, a branch which came from music.
Yeah.
So it's like we have other musicians in Rwanda. They are singers, but they have other businesses like renting cars. They have, for instance, we have someone called Tom Close. He's a singer, but at the same time, he's a book writer. he used to write books for
Yeah,
kids.
and he's a medical doctor too.
Also. So why not? As long as you have potentials in you, you don't have to, to limit yourself at one stage.
Yeah, that's very inspiring. I just want to remind people on the call right now, we're not gonna go. We are here to talk about networking. We're not talking about identity issues. We're not gonna touch there. Sorry, that's another different discussion. So the next question is gonna be for Anna. Help us, because before I talk to you, I didn't know anything about a lot about modeling, because I knew more like, fashion models, but I didn't know that there are a lot of different forms of modeling out there. Can you help us to break down the modeling industry and how it's related to fashion? Or just break down the forms of modeling that people will love to learn.
Okay.
Yeah.
You have fitness modeling, like Nike, that's fitness, anything active. Then you have print, which is like what you see like in a magazine, and you have editorial, which is like high-end brands like Vogue, Marc Jacobs, Gucci. You have commercial, which is more like, Colgate, where you're selling something and you're like super cheesy, or even on the TV, then runway, which is, just the name itself, you're on the runway walking, and there's certain requirements, you have to be like a certain, like now it's different, and I love seeing it, like it's more accepting of size and shape, but usually it's like they have requirements. You have to be a certain height, certain size. Let me see. Does that kind of answer it?
Yeah, yeah.
Just a breakdown of.
Yeah. So quick question. If someone is wondering which one pays more, what would you say?
Commercial.
Commercial. Okay.
Yeah, because you have buyouts if they use you multiple times. Or if you're on the screen more. But I think it also just depends on the brand. Like one brand will pay more than another, and surprisingly, Walmart paid more than Nike. Hopefully they're not watching.
I'm sure they're not.
And then it also depends on who you are too, because a lot of, like I was mentioning earlier, it depends like what agency you're with. Like sometimes your rates are higher, and especially if you're a celebrity, sometimes you have a full contract. Like Nike will give them a full contract, like $1 million contract, because, everybody knows them and they know they're going to get a lot of sales from them, from other people knowing that they're wearing their product, it all varies. But so I take that statement back. I don't know if I want to say commercial, because it just depends. Yeah. For me, in my experience, commercial pays more.
Okay.
And I'm just starting off. So for anyone starting off, I would say commercial pays more. For anyone that's, actually established and has a name for themselves, it just depends on them.
Sounds good. Espoir, I personally, I didn't know before you were admitted at Harvard, and I'm sure a lot of people on this call, they started knowing you because of that big achievement, being admitted at Harvard Medical School. How are you handling the pressure of the community, or your pressure, like just you thinking that you're becoming a role model to a lot of people? How are you taking in that?
I don't see it as pressure. I don't know, just like the way my mind kind of takes it. I don't see it as pressure. I see it as a people, a bunch of people who are supporting me. But the pressure that I do feel is, that I felt was whenever I first went to visit the school, whenever everything was said and assigned, and so I mean, I'm actually taking classes there and on campus and stuff. So the pressure that I had is actually being there, but it was because of the the capacity or the value that he has, and the people that goes there, and the students that goes there, and their parents, and you know where they come from, right? But when I got there, it wasn't how as I thought it was. So so there's Harvard, which is, you know, the whole university, but there's also, you know, Harvard. You got the medical school, you got the law school, you got the business school. But the medical school is one of the hardest schools to get into in the world.
I'm sure.
So, and they don't just look at your income; they look at your knowledge.
Yeah.
They look at your MCAT scores. So I feel like for me that was the only pressure that I felt. But once I got accepted, I saw myself as among them. I saw myself as among us, among Bill Gates and, you know, Mark Zuckerberg and all these other people that went there that are doing big things, and us other people. So I saw myself among them because I'm there right now. So the only excuse that I have is what I do with my time, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the biggest things that I go by is a quote that says, you know, time is the currency of life. And so every single thing, every single time that you do that, you know, whatever it is that you spend your time on, you are going to get more of that thing, right? So I guess now it just depends on me on evaluating my time and making sure that my time there and what I'm studying is really is valuable and is meaningful. But also the community been incredible support. I'm a very private person. Even whenever I applied, I didn't tell my family until I got all those letters from all these colleges. I'm just like, oh yeah, by the way, I applied to these schools and they reach out to me now that I got in. So I'm a very private person. So for the community to supporting me in this way, it's an honor. And also just you know, I'm glad that I can be an example to somebody, you know, whether it's those are the future youth that also wants to go there, future future students that want to go there from our community. I can, you know, I'm glad to be that figure for them, or if they see me as a figure. So it's been nothing but a humble blessing and a humble way there. And you know, so now I'm just, you know, focusing on there's some researches that we're doing, and so there's some really cool stuff that we're doing that involves with, you know, a whole bunch of big nonprofit that you guys know, and I'm just excited for that and for my time there, and excited to be a surgeon.
Wow, I am very impressed. One thing that I just learned here is you mentioned that once you got there, you felt that you belong there. If I'm comparing myself after getting a job on Netflix, it took me almost 2 years to feel like I belong there, to feel like, because I had an imposter syndrome that I can feel every day, that why am I here, when looking, you know, next to my desk and see people who have been in industry for 20 years working on these big movies, and I'm here starting my career. And it holding me up a lot for things that I would achieve. But here, like listening to you right now, talking about how after you got in Harvard, you felt like you can compete with everyone. That's very impressive.
Yeah, I feel like it's the it's that, you know, especially like I mentioned before, you know, these big Ivy schools, we hear them as if they're like a dream, right? We hear them as if like they're like celebrities that we will never meet. But again, it's all a mindset. Most of you guys said this before. It's all about a mindset that you set for yourself, right? It's like it's not gonna hurt you to apply. It's not gonna hurt you to try, right? It all takes effort. If you know you have what it takes, and you look at whatever it is goal that you have, or whatever school that you have. So for me, I looked at the school. I look what they go for, where they score at, different, you know, what the GPA that they look for, the tests that they look for, the MCATs, the SATs, ACTs, all these other tests that they look for. And I studied. You give your time to study, try to score in that percentage range. And if you do, 100% I can tell every single person, you can apply to anything you want and you can get there. But it's just our mindset kind of, you know, we limit ourselves from reaching our full potential. So it's just like, it's being open and accepting yourself and just like letting yourself get to the most capacity that you can.
Mm-hmm. Wow. Yeah, we're gonna move. We're gonna soon get to the questions from the audience. But before moving to that, I have one question for TMC. So TMC, there are a lot of young, kids from our community who are trying to, take the same path that you paved, trying to do something different, trying to become artists, not gospel artists. What would you tell them? And the second question to that, if you would go back 10 years from now, what would you change in your career of music?
Thank you. I think I'm gonna address this one in Kinyarwanda or Kinyamulenge, because I know we have a lot of audience in Rwanda, actually in Great Lakes, so that they can listen to this. Ndizera ko hari abantu wenda badukurikira nyine bandi batari abari hano gusangira cyangwa bazakurikira ikiganiro muzagishyira ku mbuga nkoranyambaga. Twebwe twaravunitse, twatangiye bino bintu ari impano, ari umuhamagaro nkako navuga, tugiri n'igihugu nticyabyumvaga neza, nawe twagiye kubona support, tukamvugaho narindi uko cyangwa se ahomba mu Rwanda. Igihugu nayo tubitangira nta na departement y'ubuhanzi urebye yari ihari, especially modern music. Ariko at the end bagiye babona imbaraga zabyo, haza za guma ukabona abantu bashobora kuza nk'ibihumbi 70 baje kuri field, ari abahanzi b'abanyarwanda batarenze 10 babazanye kuri field. Ibintu bijye baho uko wenda nk'umuperezida yagiye hano nabwo kandi hagiyemo inzego z'ubuyobozi kugira ngo zizane abo bantu, so batangiye kubona impact yabyo. Simbutse gato muri campaign ya perezida, mu bahanzi 7 twatoranyijwe, mu bahanzi 7 baherekeje perezida ahantu hose yagiye mu gihugu, kugira ngo icyo ni cyerekana ko ubuyobozi twagize leta yabishyigikiye, irabyumva. N'ubu hari cyitwa Art Rwanda, ubuhanzi cyajeho kugira ngo gifashe impano. So mu yandi magambo, infrastructure ubu zirahari, ntabwo ari nkuko twatangiye. Umuntu utekereza kumera nka TMC abitekereza, ariko abitekereza avuga ati noneho ngewe hari aho bihera, hari inzego zibishinzwe. So icyo rero bakora competition, ariko turatangira rero harimo amahirwe kubera ko twatangiye turi bakeya. Gutangira turi bake nayo ari avantage, kubera ko iyo muri bakeya buriya twashobora gusohora indirimbo nka Dream Boys, King James asohora indirimbo, Meddy agasohora indirimbo, Urban Boys, donc zikabona umwanya uhagije wo gukinwa ku maradiyo no ku mateleviziyo. Ubu ngubu kubera ko hari amafaranga yabonetse muri music industry, haje amashuri y'umuziki, hari ababyeyi basigaye bafata abana ba, donc umuziki ubu ngubu urahari mwinshi cyane. Rero hari ibintu bibiri, umwana ushaka kujya muri ubwo buhanzi ni ukureba neza ko atagiye mu kintu atazashobora gutobora ngo kimugirire akamaro, kandi nitakugirira akamaro arakigiyemo uzasanga ibindi wari gukora niba ari ukwiga cyangwa ari ibiki warataye umwanya, usanga nta garuriro gifite. Ariho usanga abantu aho ngaho ni abantu benshi rero bangirikira. Sasa umaze imyaka icyo bita on underground, umaze imyaka 10 uri muri underground, ntumenyekanye, n'imyaka wenda ibyo agakoze bindi urayitaye. No kuba rero aho ngaho ni ukuba attentif cyane kuri iyo point, ntuvuge gusa ngo okay kana karabikoze ngiye kubikora,
cyangwa se kubera ko bigezweho.
Bigomba kuba icya mbere ufite impano yabyo. Icya kabiri, kubera ko nyine ibyo byose hagiyeho ibyo bintu byose navuze, infrastructure zabyo, inzego zibishinzwe, ibintu byagiye bigira isura, byabaye shape nko navuga. Rero ni ukujya mufite na plan, ku buryo ahubwo ngende nk'umubyeyi mfite umwana wanjye afite iyo mpano, navuga ngo umwana wanjye agiye mu muziki, ariko hari budget, hari nk'uko uvuga ngo mfite projet runaka ndi gukora, hari projet runaka ngiye gukora umwana wanjye, kubera ko ni kariyeri agiyemo. Apana kujya n'ujyamo gutya gusa rwose uzashiduka bigoye. Nubwo navuze ko ushobora kugenda gutya ukaba successful, ariko abantu bashaka kujyamo barebe tere neza, barebe ko bafite support ihagije, barebe environment barimo nibibemerera. Ikindi kandi bagira identity, kuzana ikintu cy'umwimerere gitandukanye n'icyo abandi bazanye. Niko bidutegeka kumera ubu ngubu muri iyi minsi, nayo uzanye icyo abandi bazanye rwose biragoye. Nicyo nabwira abana bashaka kuzamo. Hari ikintu warubajije cyane cyane nacyo
nari nkubashije, uramutse usubiye imyaka 10 niki kintu wahindura?
Iki kibazo n'ubwa mbere iki kibazo nkibajijwe, ikintu nahindura naba naratanze collabos ku bantu muri community bacu benshi babinsabye. Hari benshi babisabye kubera imyaka umuntu yari arimo, kubera vibe y'icyo gihe, you know, ntibihabwa agaciro cyane. Ariko uyu munsi uwabisubiza uko bimeze, icyo kintu nagikora cyane kubera ko nzigwa umuntu ukizamuka iyo support ku ma collabo, icyo bivuga kuri kariyeri ye cyangwa muri mind ye muri kariyeri bari kujya.
No, ibyo uvuga nibyo. Iyo umuntu arimo gukura ugenda unaba successful, ugenda wicisha bugufi kurushaho. Ariko iyo ikizamuka abantu bose bakureba, it's really hard. I understand, ndabyumva.
Ariko njye naho nicisha bugufi nibagira muri gizo.
No, ntago ari cyo navuze, ariko navuze ko it's very easy. So yeah, we're about to end this session. If we have questions, turazisoma. But Anna, going back to you, where are we going to see you in 5 years from now? What's your projection? Yeah.
I pray that I continue to grow, you know, as a brand, and I'm hoping to start my own personal brand, and have a store selling scarves. I don't want to get into it, but I hope to have like my own store. Maybe dabble into acting. Maybe you'll see me like in movies, going back to school, you know, and all the other things people want, you know, family, and just continue to do what I love, and grow. Yeah.
That's nice. We'll pray for you, and we are cheering for you, because you're putting our name on
absolutely.
You're raising a flag.
What was that?
You're raising a flag.
Oh, that's the goal.
Yes. Espoir, how about you? What should we expect from your photography career, your medical school? Where do you see yourself in 10 years from now? I'll put 10 because I know medical school can take. I'll give you 10.
10 years, that's a lot. 10 years, I'm gonna be an official surgeon. But also in 10 years, I see myself with, you know, hopefully back home, helping out, whether it's, you know, eventually I want to own, or I want to be part of, you know, starting the hospitals there and being part of, you know, taking a lot of, like, you know, medical and a lot of healthcare, or building a healthcare facility back home. That's always been a dream of mine. So I see myself in 10 years doing that. And also in 10 years, hopefully I'm gonna be married with some kids in 10 years, you know, who knows? But yeah, so also, but the biggest thing is, you know, building some healthcare, and also doing a lot of research on a lot of mental healthcare that we have in our community that we don't address, especially with trauma, anxiety, and all this other stuff. So kind of just helping out the community in the way that I can. That's what I see myself in 10 years. But also I see myself as a successful surgeon in 10 years.
Amazing. Hey guys, we're going to end our session here. I want to take this moment to thank everyone. We have questions in the chat, but we are going to spend another 30 minutes to an hour just chilling, just talking, without any official structured form. It's happy hour. We're just going to chill. We'll be answering questions there. But at the moment, we want to end this session by thanking our guests, Espoir, TMC, and Anna, for great job. You guys are paving the ways for many people, and I hope you stick around for questions, because we have a lot of people in the group that here on the call that would just like want to chat and talk and laugh. I hope you guys can stay for another 30 minutes to an hour just to chill, grab your drink. And yeah, I want to thank you guys for being here, and we'll love, like I know the president will talk about it, but we'll love to have you guys join us, work together to make this community better and change the narrative, like most of the people say. So officially, I'm ending this session, and I will give the time back to Ide, who is our president. Thank you, guys.
Thank you guys for your contribution. Thank you, Anna. Thank you, Espoir. Thank you, TMZ, for just really sharing your stories. I really think one of the missions of MAP is really to really be that change that we want to see in our community, really kind of change that narrative. And it's quite interesting that we invite you guys to come in, and you guys are actually living out that mission, like that mission that we so desire to see in our community is actually coming into fruition through your stories. So it's a privilege, it's an honor, and we really, really thank you guys. So what's going to happen, this is really, I just wanted to really like thank everybody. It's an honor, guys. This is our first virtual MAP retreat event. Due to COVID, we had to make it virtual. Our plan was to have a retreat in person, but we couldn't do it this year. But this was beyond our wildest expectations, wildest dreams. To really, the turnout, you guys, I ain't gonna lie to you, man. You know, some Africans, they show up late to events. Y'all know it. African time is real. Yeah. But it was interesting to see how you guys were so excited to join, and it really tells us like, hey, we need to keep on keeping on. You know, we need to keep up the good work. So thank you so. Oh my goodness, that picture. All right, thank you so much. Oh Lord. We do not condone violence, guys. Sorry, we don't do that. We desire peace on this in this retreat. But yeah, I do want to really thank you guys for everything. So me being an unqualified president, I feel like this is. Yeah, let me tell y'all how I became the president. All right, let me just really tell y'all, all right, because you know y'all looking at me like, how did this dude become the president? Like, what? He had an outfit earlier and he just changed into a different one. So like, does he get that privilege or something? But anyway, let me tell y'all how I became the president. People, I mean, we talked about it during the retreat, and people didn't want to be the president, and they were qualified. And I was thinking like, okay, since you guys don't want to, I guess I'm the only one. Let me just be the president. You know, that's how I became the president, you know? And I gave this whole speech about how, hey, we need to be the change that we want to see in our society. And guess what? I baited them into voting for me because they couldn't vote for anybody else because everybody kind of said they don't want to do it. So that's how I became the president. As you guys can see, I'm really unqualified. I don't really deserve this position. You know, Ben is my mentor. So, you know, he has taught me a lot. But anywho, thank you guys so much. We do want to take some brief time to kind of stretch, exercise. Can I play one music before we transition into our happy hour talks? Or
is the DJ even in here?
Hey,
DJ Phil, are you in?
Oh, is he in? Okay, I was relying on DJ YouTube, know what I'm saying? But yeah, DJ YouTube is
and also if you guys can stick around and give us feedback, it will be very helpful. Yeah, because we want to make this better every year. So if you have time, grab your drink and give us feedback.
Yes, go ahead and get your 2 hydrogen and 1 oxygen. You know what I'm saying? Mix it up into I don't know if it's a chemical reaction. I don't know what I'm saying. But yeah, go ahead and mix up your drinks and I have mine already.
And for
Yeah, can you make Phil the co-host and not me, so he can be able to share?
Oh, Phil, the DJ is here? Oh.
Yes.
Oh, the DJ is on time. Wonderful. Okay.
And for your information, Ide is a stand-up comedian. He's a young brother to Kevin Hart. He didn't mention.
Oh my God.
No, actually, I'm not really a comedian. It's just a privilege to really see people be happy. And when I share jokes, you can either laugh with me or laugh at me. It's up to you. But yeah, let me look for Phil. Where's Phil, Demersion?
It's Philip.
Oh, Philip. Sorry, I even gave him a nickname, and this is my first time meeting him. All right, hey. Philip the DJ, you ready, man?
Yay.
Wow, that was very suspenseful.
Is anybody gonna dance? Because we've been sitting here for 5 hours.
Yeah, who gonna break the ice?
I need Ida to show his skills. This is why we elected him as president. His dance moves and his jokes. Go ahead.
I'm holding the laptop, so I ain't trying to drop my Mac. I ain't gonna lie to y'all. I paid a lot for this Mac. But go ahead, Phil. I think Charles, you have to make. Yes, sir.
Hey, can we hear from the audience who are not members? Just a little feedback before we get into the music.
Yeah.
How you guys think this went? What we can improve on. Hopefully next year we won't be virtual. Hopefully we're not still dealing COVID next year. So yeah, just a little feedback for the team here. They did a great job putting this whole conference together. It's been weeks in preparation, and obviously we loved having you guys and would really love to hear, just doesn't have to be formal, just really what you thought.
And also just to add to that, if anyone has any questions about math, they would like more information, this is the time for you to ask the questions.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
This is a free time, and also that's why we don't have MC. Everyone is we're all leading. And personally, I want to recognize Adele, our president. I don't know if she's still here. Adele, thank you for sticking. And if you have anything you want to address to us, please say something. If you don't, no pressure. But also I know TMC still wants to say something. One thing for thanking the audience. If TMC is ready before Adele, you can say the word that you want to tell us.
I can also say something before we give them something to say, Charles.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead.
I just wanted to give a shout out to all our participants. We couldn't do this without you. I said that in the chat, but I just wanted to say that again. And all the panelists that showed up ready and to be with us, it's just incredible. I also wanted to give a shout out to Imurage TV. They were streaming the event live, and I think they still are, which they can stop because now the event is over. This is just a networking event, but I just want to recognize Umurage TV for posting our marketing video on their YouTube channel, for streaming this live. This means a lot. I know we had up to 120 participants here on Zoom, but we had close to 50 people watching live on YouTube as well. And then we also keep watching on YouTube, and you guys can check that out as well. So thank you for working with us. Thank you to Adele once again, as Charles said. Thank you to the person who did the video for us. Thank you to MAP members for everything they have done for every step of the way. All the hours spent in meetings working, this is just commendable. And I will pass it on to Adele TMC. I'm not sure if Adele is still there. I don't see her at TMC. Can you go ahead? Yeah, I think they're left.
Yeah, and anybody can share any feedback. We would love to hear your verbal feedback. So how did you guys enjoy it?
Yo, I'm about to head out real quick because I gotta go do a little bit of research. But it was a privilege and an honor to be here, and I just want to thank MAP for giving us this opportunity to speak and share our stories and what we went through and where we are and what we're trying to. So truly, truly thank you guys, and you guys have an amazing organization, and kudos to you guys. But peace out. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you. Thank you,
Thank
Espoir.
you, Espoir.
Espoir.
Thank you, Espoir for president.
Any other participants wants to share?
Hi. Sorry I can't show myself. I'm driving. I just wanted to say a massive thank you to the whole MAP members and the panelists. They were, I felt like the knowledge that was put here can equal to the amount of knowledge one can get like in a whole semester, if not more. It was very inspiring, especially for us as young people coming from different backgrounds, as well as in different walks of life, trying to figure it out and making it and all that stuff, and giving us the encouragement and also some guidance. It's a privilege, to say the least. And one thing that I wanted to share that really was an eye opener for me is to become, I think it was Dr. I forgot who he was, but he said we need to invest in being a human capital, having something to live to your future generations, and investing in you and what you can offer to your community. So thank you very much. This was one of the best Saturdays I've ever spent on Zoom. And thank you to the whole team, and we're looking forward to next year.
We appreciate you.
Thank you, Akimana.
Thank you, Akibana. We appreciate you. Anybody else wants to share what they thought about the conference?
Yes. Hi, everybody. My screen name is Anita, but I go by Space Using that. That's what most people know me by. And I just wanted to say thank you so much for this organization. I have two things that I noticed that were different from most other conferences that I attend. I liked that our speakers didn't just have your usual presentations about their work history and then just leave us, you know. I liked that it was a spontaneous question and answer. That was different from where my other experiences have been. And I also liked how everybody was respectful. I mean, we did a good job at muting ourselves. I mean, I don't know if you guys have been in other Zoom meetings. I haven't had a very good experience. So this was definitely top notch in terms of organization and respect that I saw that everybody had. So thank you so much for allowing also us who are non-members to listen in today and benefit from all the information that we received today. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Anita. I totally agree with you. I've been part of so many Zoom meetings, professionally and personally, but even in the professional world, it's crazy how people can forget to unmute themselves and things will go crazy. And the fact that we didn't really have any major technical issue, it's amazing, it's incredible. So thank you everyone for following the rules and for hanging in with us. Anyone else wants to share?
Hi everyone. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, please.
Go ahead.
You can go ahead. I'll go after.
It's ladies first, honey. Go ahead.
Okay, I love it. I love it and all. This is pretty much one of the best Saturdays I've ever spent. I was at work earlier and I drove listening to y'all. I came home listening to y'all. And the knowledge that was spread on this Zoom meeting was so inspiring. It was very, it's very inspiring, and also kind of drives me to see people that I grew up with, because a lot of people, there's Houston, everybody here who's in Houston, we all know each other kind of. And it's really wonderful that we're like the change that we all envision. I'm seeing people that are my age, people that I grew up with that are literally putting in the work to make that change happen. And I just wanted to say thank you guys. This was very, very knowledgeable. It was amazing to see people from different walks of life, people who've been there. It was pretty much like 3 different generations in one Zoom meeting, you know, giving each other advices and, you know, walks of life and ways to go. And I just want to say thank you guys. That was really, really amazing. And I loved it.
Thank you so much for sharing, Zizi.
Thank you, Zizi.
Baza, go ahead.
Yeah, hi everyone. My name is Mbanza and I'm from Rwanda. I live in Rwanda. I'm a medical student and I think I really love this. It's really amazing. I think that one of the things that we need in our community, especially us, Abanyamulenge, I think it's mostly inspiration, because we have a lot of people who can do very many different things and who are actually able, as we just came to see. I didn't have time to attend the whole thing, but I started from, few panelists. I think it's 2 sessions, but from it, I learned a lot of things. And I thank you guys for organizing such a thing. I actually loved it from seeing the poster, and I was like, I have to attend this, but I had some few issues that I had to do before, and then I didn't attend the whole event, but I really thank you for organizing this, and I'm hoping I'll be attending even more. And if I learned one thing that I would say in the whole sessions is to learn to tell my own story in a very good way. And that's basically what made Espoir stand aside from all the candidates and managed to attend into the Ivy League University, Harvard. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much for sharing, Baza, and I commend you for staying up. I know you are in Rwanda, it's very late right now. I commend you for staying up and watching the event. And just so you know, the event was recorded. So if you miss any part of the event, you can reach out to any member and we can share the link with you so you can watch the part that you missed.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. TMC, are you still there? I think he's not there.
Hey, Dr. Nina.
Yes.
Is there a way we can post our social media page on this chat for people to kind of keep in contact with us?
Yeah, sure. DeMercy, do you want to post our Instagram page there? You can also send our email address if people have questions. Anyone else wants to share?
And I know we got more guys on here, so I want some guys.
Hear a little more about
What's up,
from the
guys?
guys.
Okay, there's a guy here.
Sure, go ahead, go for it.
Hi, my name is Joe. I'm Ben's bro. If you guys don't know me.
Hi, Joe.
Thank you guys. What's up, guys? Thank you. I really liked it. It was informative and well structured, nicely executed. So kudos to you guys. That's it. No more.
Thank you for sharing. That means a lot because we were an hour before the event started, we were panicking, we were going crazy. The adrenaline was kicking in. So we're very happy to hear that. Thank you, Joe. Anyone else? This is an open space, it's a safe space. Feel free to critique, to tell us what we can do to improve, or any question you have about MAP, really.
Hi, everybody.
Hey.
My name is Raponce. I'm a student. I'm a graduate. I'm graduating this year, high school. And one thing I liked about this event is that I didn't know math, first of all. I didn't know these people. I didn't know these professions. Like, I didn't know we had like teachers, accountants, people in engineering, all these doctors. Like, I didn't know most people. I mean, I don't really know most people on here, but I just like how, like, just growing up in I'm a Mentorship family, all this pressure put on you to get good grades at school and succeed and everything. Just knowing that we're not alone and there's all these people trying to do it. Oh, most of you at least, you know, kind of made it. So it's like there's people you can ask questions and talk to if you need help. So just knowing that you're not alone, that was pretty good. Yeah.
Wow, wow. That's hearing that is really what I think that's the purpose of this group. I mean, some of us were, as they said in the meeting, we are first generation. So we have been through these struggles. We have made mistakes. We have learned from our mistakes. And when we created this group, this was the thought behind our mind. So we wanted to be that resource group, that place where you can go and ask those questions. And we know a lot of kids from our communities are struggling with this. And just to echo on what many panelists said, and just to be as a Mnyamurenge, one thing that I know about us, about our community, sometimes we are not humble to ask questions. You know, we don't ask questions. We don't seek for knowledge. You know, we just want to stay in our corner. And I know a lot of people struggle with that, but the earlier you realize that that's a problem and you need to work on it, the better. Because if there's one thing that leads you to another thing, you can learn something new from anybody, even from a child. So that's why it's always important to network, to talk to people, to ask questions. And I would like for you guys, people who are here, especially like hearing that from a high schooler, first of all, that really means a lot. And to see that we had some kids in high school on this call, that makes my heart smile. So thank you so much for sharing. Anyone else?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Hello.
Hello.
Yes, my name is Paul. I am not a member of MAP, but I am supporting them. I'm so immersed to be here today. I've been watching. I guess I came here this almost 14 years. All this young, there was just kid. I remember Espoir, we came, there was just young boy. But when I see how he's moving, it makes me very happy. So I love to be around the young people, and when I see how our generation, they are moving so fast on different area, it gives me hope. So my recommendation was is not just to limited here. We need to move back. We had to go to be next be on. We never make to be in Kinshasa, wherever we need to be there, bring our effort to support those people already getting tired, fighting. I see this kind of fight. We are fighting. So I know it's not easy, but we get there. So we recommend to come keep what you're doing. We do what we can to support the area where you will need it. That's what I need. Just keep it that up. Do what you're doing. Focus. We are watching all these parents. They proud of what you're doing. I'm very proud of you. Just keep that up. That's how nation grow. so we can be like other people. I've been telling people we need to count on our generation to become millionaires. How other people has reached on that level. They didn't do any other thing. We just to believe in ourselves, and no one can do themselves. We need unity. We need to get information. We need to seek support, because ourselves we cannot achieve anything, but we need to go knock everywhere we can, because solution is out there. I know we will be there in 10 years from now. It's not gonna be the way we is right now. It's gonna be some change. I can see far. That's how. That's then. Don't forget to go back. We need to be a nation that is very strong. Then to be strong is youth. So I wish the way you guys focus, everybody can be the same, can be whoever is rich, any stairs, we need to move other young, to come forward. We need to train, we need to go underground, teach, have more teaching, because we will believe the faith comes from what we hear, the way you do this conversation is more powerful. I don't have much, but keep that up. We are following you guys. We know what you're doing. We not, we supporting
you so much. Yeah. Thank you so much for sharing that. That means a lot. And as I said, when we first came up with this idea, that was really the point, to educate. We have still very far in our community, and every community needs powerful people. And by powerful, that can come in a different shape, but mostly we all know it's mostly through education. Having more educated people that will really, really help our community. And that's the point of providing knowledge, bringing people from different fields to educate. And we really thank everyone for being here. TMC, are you back?
Ndahari cyane.
Okay, naguha ijambo ndakubura, so go ahead.
Njye ndashaka kubashimira, nagiye ndashimiye kandi gushimira ni umuco wacu. Afite ngiye ngira emotion, ubu naze gushyiraho video ko nshobora gushiduka narize ugasanga bibaye ibindi ntari
nabyo byemwerewe, turi mu kirambi.
Kare nyine nibwo narebye abadokiteri bacu bari abagabo irantuza session ya mbere, ndeba ukuntu bavuga, ndeba abantu bari mu myaka nk'iyo dufite, nk'iyo mufite, bafite uyu mutima, bafite education nziza bagezeho mu buryo butandukanye. Mbona ko hari icyizere cyo ku bintu byose bishoboka. Mu myaka 10 ishize ntawatekerezaga ko twagira platform nk'ingi y'abantu bafite imyaka nk'iyo dufite, kuganira ku bibazo gutya, guterana imbaraga gutya. Ngiye byankoze ku mutima ku rwego ndashobora gusobanura, kubona abantu dufite background imwe, dufite ibibazo bimwe, yewe na desires dufite zimwe, mvuze mu buryo bwagutse. Ni ikintu cy'agaciro kuri ngewe, kindutira ibihumbi n'ibihumbi by'amanama nabayemo atameze gutya. Rero murakoze cyane, kandi byari by'agaciro ku bana n'abanyabwenge n'abantu nkamwe mutekereza ejo hazaza h'umuryango. Murakoze cyane, Imana ibamugisha.
Urakoze cyane TMC, urakoze pe. Turabizi ntabwo nawe byari bikoroheye kuvuga ngo ube muri iyi nama, kuba uri n'umunyeshuri, uri muri byinshi, so kuba waraduhaye umwanya wawe ni iby'agaciro kuri twe. Turagushimiye cyane.
Murakoze cyane.
Anyone else wants to share a few words?
My name is Shama Makombe. I am a college student, and I'm double majoring in accounting and business management. First of all, nashaka kubashimira cyane for this Zoom call. I've really learned a lot. It's easy to go to school and have purpose and goals, but when you see people that have achieved it, it's amazing. So I want to thank you guys for setting a great example for all of us that are still going to school. Ikintu nashaka kubaza ni if you have like mentoring programs, because it's hard for a student to even know what they're gonna do after school. But when you have like a mentor who's from your community, it's amazing. So it's like your group has like mentors that are willing to take on like business students or any other major. Thank you.
That is a great question. And that when we hear that, I know DMRC, I know Ben got off, but I know their hearts are smiling right now. Yes, we do have a mentorship program. The only challenge, one of the challenge that we have, we are not that many, you know, and that's why we keep telling people, we know there are a lot more educated people in our community out there who can join this amazing organization. I mean, I haven't heard, let me say amazing because I haven't heard anybody say this fact, period. So we need more people who can really mentor our young ones. But we have people who are in accounting, different fields for now, but we need that diversity. So we need more people who are educated, who can take on those things to come join, to come talk to us and join so we can be that resource for young ones. But they posted our email in the chat, so feel free to reach out, or if you know any members personally, you can also send them a message and they will definitely talk in details about the mentorship program and how we can help you. And you know, some people needs a one-on-one mentors, but there are other people who just need to ask question at a certain point in time. And we always welcome things like that. Me personally, there are people that I mentor on and off. It's not like I follow their daily life or their, you know, everyday life, but they're just those people who can reach out to me anytime they have a question. And I always welcome that. Anybody can reach out to me with questions and I would be more than happy to provide that support if I know. If I don't, I might find somebody else that I know, maybe where I work or personally, that I can reach out to who can help them. So always ask, always reach out, and this is why we are here. Anyone else? Thank you for sharing the email again, Mercy. And you can use the email. You can follow our account on Instagram. We have people who are constantly, daily checking our DMs. So if you send an email, you won't get lost. Or if you send a DM, you won't get lost.
Okay, Tresoro, niyo mugabo, niyo mazina yanjye. So I just want to say thank you guys for this platform that you give us to be able to share our thoughts and ideas, exchange knowledge. Naje nkererewe nari ndi mu kazi, naje almost hafi yarangiye meeting, naje hageze bari abantu mwatumiye bo muri Netflix na nundi, I think he was in Congo. So I missed the big part, but aho nasanze, it was good. I liked it. Ariko I didn't know about this until a friend of mine, his name is Richard. He's the one that actually told me about it, that you should come join us. And then, you know, it's a good thing. So I don't know why it's not known. If you guys have a big thing like this and it's this big and this nice, I don't know why, because, you know, I challenge you guys to post, to repost, and then put it on different social media accounts for people actually to know what it is and what it does, because I know a lot of people will be interested. And especially abana batoya, they actually bari muri high school cyangwa bari kujya kurangiza, nibo this will benefit more than us that have already careers gone. So I would ask like these guys, nabonye hariho n'umurage TV, so they have a big platform. They can also share the message ivuga ati dufite ibintu nk'ibi bagasobanurira abantu instead of just saying map. Sinamenye cyane map what it means. Richard tried to explain a little bit. Nyambwiye ati ni Mulenge professionals. I think they're trying to to I don't know, motivate, inspire people to get up and do what they need to do. Cyangwa bagafasha abantu in terms of like mentoring. So icyo nari nshatse kuvuga nyababarire niba nishyandikije ariko I just want to say thank you. It was really, really informative, educating. So ariko nabonye hariho abantu bakeya, so sinzi ukuntu byagera ku bantu benshi, and then mukanabipibisita bika mbere wenda ikindi giterane nk'iki mbere giterane conference like this igizaba abantu, and then we know about it, and then we prepare bikanorohera abantu kugira ngo bajyemo. So for me it was hard to get on. I had to call Richard wanyoherereje iyi invitation that hey, how do I get on? So he had to send me a link. So it was hard for me, and then I was doing this when I was actually at the airport. So for those guys that shared their stories, it was really, really touching, especially Esparta, we went to same school. We were in the same grad school, so high school actually. So anyways, all protocol observed. We appreciate, and thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing, Espoir. And I just we tried, as you said, there are not that many of us, but the few of us, we try to put information out there. And there's one thing that I want to echo on that, I don't know, you said you came late, but what Dr. Alfred said, that we need to, and like social capital is very important. When you see people sharing something like this, it's important, as a Munyamurenge, first of all, you should be happy to share as well, but some people see information like this and they don't share, and sharing is free, but we tried, we shared on social media. We have a social media account. We shared on our personal accounts. We linked up with the Murage TV. They were playing our our marketing video on their channel. So we tried. So, but this is we are very new. This is our first year. We're just starting this. We're learning how to do it. For a first time, this is like our first conference, and the turnout was amazing. And I'm pretty sure when we get to the second one, it will even be more amazing. But thank you for giving us those notes, and we'll keep looking at other ways that we can promote this type of events. But I would also like to encourage everyone, when you see something like this, when you see a flyer, when you see a video that is talking about something that can help someone else, it's free to share. Thank you.
Real quick, sorry, just a quick question. What is the map? What is map?
I think there's more people here, so ngiye kubigusobanurira twatinda, but it's literally MAP stands for Mulenge Active Professionals. Ni group y'abasore b'abanyamurenge tugeze, I think turi 22, but I mean, we always welcome people. Even when we first started the event, we tried to put most Banyamurenge we know, educated Banyamurenge. Our first requirement was that people who have at least a bachelor's degree and up. So, because we want people who will help others get to where they are, people who are educated, because we want it to be a resource group. But as I said, this event is recorded, so we can share the recording. The first part of this conference was actually an overview of MAP, what we do, what's our mission statements, introduction of all the members and what they do, so you can learn who the members are and what they do. All of that information is that. So if you can spend the first 30 minutes or 1 hour watching this recording, you will find all the information about MAP there.
Okay, good. To join, do you have to be active professional or you can be a regular person to be a member?
You have to, here's the thing. One thing that we struggle with in our community is people joining a group just because they want to join a group. And that's why most of the initiatives we usually start always for like, they don't get anywhere. Because we start something, we get all excited, and at the end of the day, before we even achieve our mission or before we get to where we want to go, the group is dead, you know, because people are not active, people are not participating. One thing that we stress in MAP is to be consistent. People who are ready to do the work. And if you are passionate and you feel like you are ready to do the work, and it's not a lot of work. All of us are busy professionals. We have jobs. Others are married with kids, but it's just projects here and there and there. But we just want all to invest our time when we are needed. So the active part is we put that in because we wanted people to participate, to show up at the table when there's need.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Anyone else have a question about MAP or wants to share? I think we'll be ending soon. I mean, we still have about 51 participants who are here asking questions. So this is amazing.
Hey, Doc, can I say something?
Sure.
All right, guys. I'm Philip Makuza. I am the DJ that was supposed to play, but it looks like we don't need a DJ this time. So that turned out great. First of all, I am out of words. Can you hear me okay? Am I sounding good?
We can hear you.
Great, great. I'm out of words. Most of my questions were answered already. Trezor did ask some questions that I had. But first of all, I just want to congratulate you guys, the great minds of Mulenge. You have no idea what this means. This is the beginning, this is the start of a journey that no one knows where this is going. But all I can say is that wherever we're going, we're up to the greatness.
Amen to that.
Yes, we are up to the greatness. I have never spent time, even for my job. I work home online. I'm sorry, the computer I use, I can't put the video. But I work from home, but I have never spent this time online listening to people talk. Every word I will say tonight was, well, it's night here. You guys are all over the place. Every word that was said was just great. I didn't know we had a Harvard person in our community. That was great. So this is one thing I always tell people. Our network is our net worth. It doesn't matter how strong you are, but if you do not have a network around you, you cannot do it by yourself. You really can't. Yeah, you really can't. I will speak for, let me say, Dr. Nina. For you to achieve what you have achieved, I'm using you as an example. I'm sorry. I'm going to pick
That's fine.
For you to achieve what you have achieved, you had mentors, right? You had people that pushed you that far. There's days that you wanted to give up, but somebody said, keep going. So we are no different as individuals. We are as equal as a community in a whole. So we have this one thing that everyone is in their own little bubble. How can we expand this? How can we expand and be contagious to each other, but in a good way? It's networking. This is how we started. I really just want to say, guys, I'm impressed by MAP. I saw MAP the first day on Instagram when it started. And I looked, I said, okay, this is just some people having fun. But I never took it serious up until today. This is the beginning of our journey. Let's put a landmark to this. Today's the beginning of a very long journey that we are going to succeed. Great jobs, moderators, panelists. Charles, great job today, bro. Killed it. Everything was on point. Dr. Nina, all of the inputs, ngakozicha. I can't say enough. Thanks to TMC, thanks to Aspar for being such inspiring and, brilliant mindset. And, let's make sure that at least we can have this, hopefully after COVID, when but I want to be a member. I am a very active person, DJ, photographer. Charles did say something about comedy. I can do comedy too. I was a lot of fun. So hopefully. So guys, I really am so impressed. And next time, hopefully we can have a big event. I want to know some Mulenge DJs, they can hit me up. I have a label, we can work together. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Philip, for your input. I know this is good, but Amasat kwalitwi hiding how yarangie, and I know we have kept you guys for so long. I'm even amazed to see that we still have up to 50 participants. This just shows how amazing the event was, and everyone enjoyed this. We have some questions.
Yeah, I think can you answer Anita's question?
What's MAP's outreach to the community look like? To send out your organization's info into different colleges, Mahoro. We haven't really done much outreach. The only outreach we did when we first started is that we created a WhatsApp group. Of course, that's the best means for communication in our community, where we asked everyone, if you know anyone who have at least up to a bachelor's degree, to add them to the group. So we asked people to do that. And I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, we had up to 80 individuals back then. And this was like about a year and a half ago. So when we got everyone there, we communicated our vision, what we wanted to do, what we wanted to start. But our people are hard to deal with. We know ourselves, it's really hard to deal with everyone. So after we communicated the vision and what we wanted to do, we decided that WhatsApp is not a perfect means of communication. We wanted to create a system where people can complete a survey that has their information, what they want to bring on the table. And once they complete the questionnaire, we're gonna add them on Slack. Our communication happened on Slack. And unfortunately, only 22 members completed the survey, the questionnaires, and that's how we started this group. So other than that, we haven't done any outreach, but our communication is always constant. We need people. If you are passionate and you want to help in the community, and if you want to, if you like our mission and you want to identify with our mission and you want to help us with our mission, you are more than welcome. That's what we are looking for. So if anyone is interested, reach out. It's very simple. We don't have you don't need to do much, really. You just need to be passionate, and you just need to be someone who will do the work, not just be a member of the group and you don't do the work. Yeah, we're trying to you know, as they say, action speaks louder than words. Ibintu by'amagambo tugomba kubivamo. Amagroupe menshi yacu usanga ari ibintu by'amagambo gusa, cyangwa ugasanga abantu bose bafite ama ideas ariko kuvuga ngo bazayashire mu bikorwa kikaba ikibazo. Umuntu umwe niyo, I mean, it's a saying that people say all the time ngo ama project abantu bapfuye baryamanye mu mva ni menshi cyane. So we all have big ideas. Ariko icy'ingenzi ni uko ayo ma ideas twayageraho, you know. So that's what we want. Ibintu by'amagambo dushaka kubivamo kugira ngo dukore ibikorwa. Yeah, I think I have answered your question. Yeah. As I said, Charles and other MAP members, nimba mwabinyemerera amasaha yagiye. Twaganiriye, abandi bagifite ibibazo murashobora kubitwohereza muri email. You can slide in our DM on Instagram and ask any question, and we'll be more than happy to answer your question. Abantu bararushe, I mean, maze amasaha 5-6 bicaye hano, twe twatangiye kuva mu gitondo looking at all the technical difficulties and preparing for this. So it has been a long day. So ngira ngo mubinyemereye, Charles, n'abandi members, we can end the event here, but we'll keep learning, we'll keep being together, reach out anytime.
Nina, Dr. Nina, I'm sorry. May I say may I suggest one thing before you close?
Sure.
I know niba numvise neza MAP ifite guidelines and standards of people that can join, you know, based on educational level. Ariko, I would suggest that you guys can, you know, maybe put something in there. Harabantu that are entrepreneurs, you know, people that have created crafts, you know, people that are artists that haven't got, you know, maybe they didn't go that way to go further with school. And I'm speaking for a lot of people at this point. Ariko Bafite, they have built something. They have built a career out of nothing, basically. You know, can we also put those people in there? There's artists, no single comedian, you know, just a funny guy, just being funny. You know, and let's say he made it somewhere. Even if your bachelor's degree, and you know, it will be a problem for that person to join. But again, I think that can actually expand the roster of the people that you have in there, because there's great minds and great talents out there, and people that actually have made it and created something. But they just don't fit that criteria of educational level that you're saying or that you guys require. So put that in mind, and that's all I have for tonight.
Thank you, Philip, and I totally agree with you. I said that because that was just our initial thought to start, and it's been a year. It's about time we revise some of those things. And we haven't really had anybody approach us in that regard. So that's definitely something that we will look into. And that's why we wanted to diversify this conference. As you can see, we brought people from all backgrounds, you know, because our goal is to see people succeed, and you can succeed through education, you can succeed through art and through any craft, really, you know, and that's what we want to see in our community. So bringing people from different backgrounds, maybe some who are educated, others who are not, really, that is not the big part. But education is a big part of this group. We want to encourage people to, you know, go to school, be educated. If you have a talent, use it, all of that. So thank you so much for pointing that out. And I'm sure the members can agree with me that that's something we can look into and revise. And again, for those who missed any part of the conference and would like the recording, if you can please send us a DM on Instagram or an email then we can forward the recording to you, your email, or I don't know how we plan to share that. Mukoga, do you wanna piggyback on that? I think email would be the best way to do it, or I'm sure it's a big video. We cannot post it on our Instagram account.
Yeah, we'll find a way to communicate with people.
Yeah, we'll find a way to communicate. Yeah.
I
All
guess
right.
I guess meanwhile people can always go to your Mulenge channel on YouTube and watch it.
Yes. They recorded everything, so feel free to watch it there. And you can also send us your email. There are some people who are sending me their email. Koga, I don't know if you can take those emails.
I have to leave. I'm late for a very important event, so I'm asking for some. They can send it to the email.
Yeah, if you can send it
They
to our
can
email.
just shoot me an email, like say hi, I would like the video or something like that. And I have it saved, so Charles will have to help me process that. I'm not a tech whiz. Figure out how to send it out.
That sounds good. With all that being said, I would like once again to thank our participants. I see that we still have about 44 people here, and this is just amazing. Thank you for rocking with us tonight, and keep rocking with us. We have many projects coming up. If you want to come be part of those projects, be part of the change we are trying to create in our community. I know this is just the beginning, as Philip said, of this group, but really, like, we don't know where we're gonna be 5 to 10 years from here. One thing we know for sure is that it will keep existing, because we don't want to be one of those groups that starts and just dies. So we'll keep existing, we'll keep doing the work. Nidusigara turi babiri, we will do the work. Nidusigara ari umuntu, like that's our mentality. So come join us, come work on this project, and we look forward to keep interacting with you. Follow our Instagram post. We always post about things that we are doing. We are very transparent. We share if we have pop-up session, as we said earlier, we share that information. We share different things on our Instagram account. So make sure you follow the account, and we'll keep in touch. Have a good night, everyone. Kudos to people who are in Rwanda who are sending me messages. I know it's late, but I have so much respect for you all. Those who are in the US for spending so much time on a Saturday, respect for all of you.
Thank you, guys.
You're gonna say something? Okay, and to all the members, we're gonna have a meeting and a debrief about what just happened today. So I will keep my speech for that day. You have a good night, everyone.
Thank you to everyone who came. We really appreciated you.
Thank you,
See you again
Kingston.
sometime soon.
Thank you, Kingston. I know that most of the meeting, the end was in our language. You didn't catch much, but the reason that you're still being here, we just appreciate you. I have no words for you, Kingston.
Look, it's something that's really special, right?
Oh my God. Kingston is still here? Wow.
He was still here.
Kingston, you're not in the island anymore?
It was legit. It was great.